and because I want to support you.
Okay.
Hey everybody, I'm Raquel. We have DL and we have nobody. Yeah, I'm kind of bored as well. Nobody, to be honest.
And what can
Mhm.
I say? I'm bored. There's not much
Mm,
going on. It's slow news day. You know, the
yeah,
only
it's
weird
the
thing I've caught
weekend.
in the last little while, and I'm focused on like a laser. I'm trying to get more information because I actually have friends in China. You have to remember, a lot of my gold ends up in Chinese hands.
Wow.
So
Mm,
yeah, so I know people, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this messages from space, because that's really all they're saying. They're not giving any bloody. There's no
details.
details exactly, and I want more. I want more.
I caught a little bit of that like a day or two ago. I'm like, what the hell they're talking about? Yeah.
I think Pete
Oh,
mentioned a tiny bit of it on his live stream tonight.
Hmm.
yeah, he
I
did.
think. Yeah,
He
that's what I
mentioned it, I
thought.
guess, at the start, but I wasn't there at the start. I missed the first
I
10
wasn't
minutes or
either.
so. I was on a conference call with somebody, and I couldn't help it.
Hmm.
Hello, Optic Racer. 2 hours. Well, I'm gonna play GTA 5 soon. See you later. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Optic Racer.
Hmm.
I got to admit, I'm a little bored. I'm looking for a new game to play. I really, really enjoyed World of Tanks for, God, a decade almost.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
the game degraded. All the new additions and them caving into whiners and stuff ruined all the best tanks. And it's just not fun anymore. It's dumb. I need a new first person type shooter game that's actually fun. Um, I tried that one Enlisted, but I had two problems with it. Um, there's so much action going on that my satellite internet wasn't helping. It might be better with Starlink, but that's the other problem.
I
I
like
only
it.
have
Hmm.
200 gigs per month, and then I got to pay extra.
Nah.
So yeah, that game swallowed up the gigs fast, man. Holy! Just having it on your computer with the updates they were making and such. Oh my goodness! So I just finally cut it off my computer. I've had enough of this.
Hmm. I just bought the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game, almost like the old school arcade game. Just fun. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter today. I
Hmm.
think I can get it on my PS4 if I really want it.
My kids had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the Sega Genesis that I bought them back in what, the 90s? Yes, 90s.
Let's see. I had the Super Nintendo, and then I didn't get the PS1. I got the PS2. Had a Game Boy, a Wii, and that's pretty much it. I know my cousin had a GameCube.
Hmm. That was almost
Yeah,
going back.
kids had a GameCube too. Um, what else did I buy them? I bought them an old school Super Nintendo, and what was weird is they played that more than they did anything else. That
Hmm.
really kind of stopped me in my tracks. I'm like, wow, you guys like this old Nintendo better than the PlayStation 2? You got to be kidding me.
Mm.
But they had cool games. The I bought the Nintendo Super Nintendo off of a real weirdo that had all the great games. He had Booger Man. You know, you could make him fart and fling boogers, and yet
What?
he's a superhero.
What?
Yeah, yeah. You don't remember Booger Man? You can make him
No.
stop and say booger. Oh yeah, it was great. Booger. My kids love that game, and they love the.
No.
It also had
Oh, come on,
the
Raquel.
very first Beavis and Butthead game for Nintendo, and my kids were mad about that Beavis and Butthead game. They were nuts for it.
Raquel. You know you want to play the Booger Man.
No. The one that I really wanted to play when I was a kid was, what is his name again? Earthworm Jim.
Oh yeah, yeah. Again, the kids had Earthworm Jim, and he had all the really weird games, and not many of the cool games. It was a funny collection, but I'm serious. The kids were nuts for it, man. I just couldn't believe it. I bought them a PS2 for Christmas with an extra controller because they only came with one at the time.
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, and a raft of games and a new TV and everything, you know, for the whole thing, a new Toshiba. And yeah, like I just couldn't understand it because I'd come home from work and I'd find them, they got the fucking Nintendo hooked up, for goodness sake. Like, really? Really? I spent all that money on that disc player and you guys won't touch it. Like, what's going on here?
We like these games better.
It's like Angry Joe said, too many of the new games are simulations and have sucked all the mindless fun out of the games. I remember Booger Man. I really don't. First time I heard of it.
Yeah, you should Google it. Booger Man was hilarious. There's probably video of it on YouTube even. It was a hilarious game. It was just priceless, man.
What's that game with the Mad Squirrel?
Mad Squirrel?
Yeah. It's like a cartoon Mad Squirrel on a video game.
You mean Sonic the Hedgehog?
No. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Hey, Logan S.
The only Mad Squirrel I remember for the last 20 years or so is Foamy the Squirrel that was a big hit for a while on YouTube and then died off.
Hold on, I'm looking this up. Yeah, it's called Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yep, Brett had it.
Yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Hail, Brett. Sorry, Brett.
And see, there's a game I don't know. I never even heard of it. All these years later, and I'm something of an antique game guy. Like, you know, that really piques my interest is the old stuff.
Booger Man, a pick and flick adventure.
Yes, pick and flick. And like I said, you could punch, I don't remember which button it was, but every time you hit it, this big bubble on his pants would come up, and then he'd and a big green fart would come out, and it would kill the enemies.
Oh, Raquel, that sounds like your kind of game.
No. Booger Man. Never heard of it.
You know, I'm almost
it was silly.
tempted. If I could find it in something to play it on, I might just get it for
an emulator. Yeah, it's out there. It's emulated. Like if you got a laptop, I think you could probably find it.
All right. I may have to do that.
Yeah, it looks like an old school game.
Earliest video games I have on my computer, and I don't even need to be online to play it. It's downloaded and it's right in my CPU now, or No, I suppose it's probably in my RAM. But I have Space Invaders. When I was a kid, that was the game that changed everything. The arcades went from a few weird loners chain smoking to full of kids. And then all
Hey,
the rest
Brett.
of the game started.
Yeah, I'm more like a Super Nintendo PlayStation gal. I don't mind the Xbox. It's just the controllers. The Xbox are too big for my hands. I had to take off. Like if I'm like playing a game and pressing the XYZ button, and I want to hit the right button behind the controller, I have to take my hand off the controller to hit that. I'm like, nah.
In my opinion, probably the most ergonomically friendly and comfortable controller ever built was the PlayStation 2.
I have to
That's just
disagree.
my humble opinion.
I know you guys don't really like the PlayStation controllers because they're too small. But for me, they're just the right size for my hands.
I don't play, so I have no skin in the game.
Street Fighter and Pac-Man.
Pac-Man fever.
Hey, Murakitty.
Meow, 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 meow.
Hey, Fedorable the Horrible. How are you, sir?
Hey, Fed.
Mortal Kombat 1, Street Fighter 3, and Killer Instinct owned the arcade scene for a while.
Hello, Fed. And he's right. I mean, there was a brief resurgence in the arcades right around the mid 90s. A whole bunch of new kick-ass games had come out, and people were starting to spend their quarters again. But it was only to be short-lived. I mean, the reality is as soon as the disc playing home sets like PlayStation and Xbox came out, it was over. The writing was on the wall. It was done.
Yeah, I remember like as a kid, I was at Chuck E. Cheese and like we put like those coins into the arcade machines. Of course, I was a little creeped out with those little animatronics, though, a little bit.
You too, when Chuck E.
A
Cheese
little,
came out, I
a
was an
little
adult.
bit. Yeah, at first a little bit.
My children went to Chuck E. Cheese, and that was the one part of the experience that I really, really hated. I didn't mind playing the games and farting around, with the skee ball and stuff like that. But you go to sit down to eat, and they fire up that weird robot show. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I was just
remember.
waiting for them to go mad and start kill all humans.
What was that? The Rocket Fire Explosion or some goofy name like that? Yeah.
Fedorable's right. Video killed the radio star, and Nintendo killed the arcades.
I like that
Yes.
song. Video killed the radio star.
That was the one of
But
the
you realize
first.
it's true.
Yeah.
I want to hear from DL. I'm going to say this real quick, and then I'll bet DL backs me up 100% on it. I can remember in the 1970s as a little kid laying in bed at night when I'm supposed to be sleeping, but I got that. Remember those white single earphone things for your AM radio? I got that so my parents would hear it. And I'm listening to the local top 10, countdown and whatnot on AM radio. And
Oh yeah.
you could go to FM and catch weird shit that you'd never heard before, like Led Zeppelin. What's this? Radio was great when I was a kid, man. It was huge.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the song "Video Killed the Radio Star" was sung by the Bugles.
The bongos.
The Bungles.
The Buggles? Okay.
Yep, the Buggle.
That was one of the first videos they played on MTV, if not the first.
It was the first video ever played on MTV.
And now we'll look at MTV.
And by the way, they're a one-hit wonder, eh? That was it for them. That was it. They were never heard from again.
Oh man, that's sad.
Well, it happens. There's hundreds and hundreds of one-hit wonders out there.
Yeah, speaking of which, Brett, some kind of video company is rethinking doing the Golden Eye video game from James Bond.
The original GoldenEye. That would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Be nice to see it, in virtually the same game, but with way better graphics. That'd kick butt. I'd buy that.
Hello, Jedi Bill.
Hey, Bill.
I missed the Headbangers Ball.
Yes. Oh, yes. Headbangers Ball.
Yeah.
I guess this is
Bill.
before my time.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Moira. Oh, yeah, way before your time.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
That was what, Friday or Saturday night?
Raquel, what's hilarious is you're the same age as my oldest daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So, what she knows is what I have had to teach her. When she gets drunk, I still get messages going, Dad, I've listened to a bunch of those old 70s tunes and I'm looking for more. So I've got to send her recommendations on, well, try this tune and try this tune. And here's another one, because she loves that stuff. She's just eating it up. And now both my daughters are starting to push back into the 60s and 50s. My one kid has fallen in love with Frankie Valli and
The Four Seasons.
The Three That Died.
Mm-hmm.
She likes all of this stuff, man. It's crazy. The kid and their kids lap it up because it's actually good music, written and actually played by the people doing it, not lip synced, not someone else writing it. It's all them.
So she's into.
Remember when
Richie
musicians
Valens.
really were musicians and
Yeah.
not just someone shaking their ass at a screen?
Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see that Elvis movie coming out. Looks like it might be pretty good. And the kid that plays Elvis does his own singing.
Another
too. Yeah.
Yeah, the 70s actually, in my opinion, the 50s and 60s were pretty cool. And they had a lot of quirky songs and they were working things out. But the 70s is when everything went really, it broke into genres. It was no longer just rock and roll. There was disco, which was sort of rock and roll. There was pop, which was sort of rock and roll. Then we had heavy metal came out, And I know a lot of people will argue with me, but the truth is everyone says, oh, heavy metal, that's the first heavy metal bands are Judas Priest and Black Sabbath. No, it's not. It's Deep Purple. Deep Purple had them all beat.
I remember that band song starts out, kick up the jams, motherfucker.
Can't say I know that one.
Yeah. Hey, Bill.
Do you know what era is it from, Dio?
Oh, I think it was the 70s. And if you knew the song was coming up on the radio, you would turn up the radio real loud, and then you hear that, kick out the jams, motherfucker!
That doesn't sound very 70s like.
You know what I remember most about the 1970s? I was a kid, goodness, I was 10 years old in 1976. So when I was, I think, 11 or 12, I could ride my bike down the neighborhood And all you could hear coming out of on Saturday night, everybody would have parties at their houses or they were at the bar. But usually it was house parties. And all you ever heard coming out of there was Peter Frampton Comes Live. Biggest thing to ever hit rock and roll. Like, it was monstrous for a year or so. Oh, and let's not forget Boston's original album, Boston. You heard that everywhere too.
The name of the group was MC5. And the song was...
Oh, okay. I remember MC5.
Yeah, the lead
Dude,
singer was a weird-looking dude. Weird-looking dude. Oh, yeah. A big white dude with a big old black afro. Strange.
I got a buddy that is black, but if you look at him, he's white. Do you know why? Because if he takes his glasses off and you see his red eyes, you'll know right away he's an albino.
It's like that YouTuber Brittany Vintage. She's half black, but you wouldn't know it by looking at her.
Anyone remember the Big Shiny Tune CDs? You mean CDs?
Hell yes! My favorite one, Big Shiny Tunes 3. That one, Big Shiny Tunes 3 kicked ass. That was an amazing compilation. That was the best thing to stick in your car stereo at the outdoor party.
Hey, Zoltan.
Remember Columbia
Also
House
in the
Records?
90s. Oh, yes. I sure do.
Get 10 albums for a penny.
Yeah. I took them for a lot of CDs and tapes over the years.
Yeah.
I'm doing good. Just chilling. It's been very noisy at my place all week. Because they've been taking down the wooden doors, sanding them and polishing them. So yeah, it's been very noisy this week.
And dusty.
And dusty. It was supposed to clean today, but I didn't feel like it, so I'll just do it next week.
Really? I have the opposite problem. It's been tolerably warm here. It's not cold, but
Oh my
it
god,
won't quit
it's
raining.
so hot in Texas right now.
Hey,
I don't want to even open the door.
just-
I don't want to even open the door to step outside. Because you just blasted it with all this heat. Ugh.
I'm looking forward to some hot days. I'm sick of this shit. I feel like I got mold growing in all of my crotches.
Can I switch places with you? Please?
Did you hear what he just said?
Yes. I can take care of the mold.
No, seriously, I walk out the door of my trailer, there's this monstrous puddle that's so fucking big, it's become an ecosystem. It's starting to grow fucking algae in it, and there's bugs swimming in it. And the rain won't stop, man. It just keeps coming. It's driving me nuts.
Thing, huh? Swamp Thing to come out of that thing?
Yeah, man. I keep looking at this fuzzy, gross algae shit in this puddle, thinking, when's it gonna reach for me?
Oh.
Never touch weird green things. And the best lesson
No.
is in what is that movie? Twilight Zone, when Stephen King, I don't remember which one it is. It's Stephen King reaches into the meteor and touches the liquid and goes, meteor shit. Never do that. Just don't do it. Okay? That's one of the
Yeah.
first rules. If you don't know what it is, don't fucking touch it.
Oh, you're painting, Brett? What are you painting? LOL, I saw this funny TikTok about walking to the mailbox in Texas in the heat. Texas heat sucks. That's all I can say.
Well, at least you don't have the humidity like we got here.
We have that too, Dio.
Nah.
Especially when it's dry heat.
Well, we have the Missouri River going right through the middle of the state, so yeah. So the humidity's pretty hot, brutal.
You can't tell me what to touch. All right, sure. I got some really unique bottles of cool things in glass under rags in my shop. I dare you to stick your fingers in those chemicals. I dare you.
No, thank you.
Mm-mm.
I don't want to lose any fingers.
I mean, I keep a fair amount of hydrochloric acid around for cleaning gold. And yeah, you don't want to mess with that stuff. You wear big freaking rubber gloves and a big rubber smock. Oh yeah, and you be very, very careful.
Let's see. I believe summer officially kicks off next Tuesday.
That is correct, dear. The 21st. First day of summer. It is still technically spring.
Days of summer. Doesn't feel like spring here. Yeah.
I can't believe how fast half of June went by. Like, what? It can't be over yet.
It went by quickly, didn't it? Like, where did the month of June go? Where did May and June go?
Do you guys ever heard of Art Bell's little personal theory he called the quickening? The time is speeding up.
I used to love Art Bell. You
Michelle.
ought to watch some of his old videos. You know,
I don't have his link to his channel.
it's Art Bell. Just go on the YouTube and type in Art Bell. Easy peasy.
Hey, Michelle.
Oh yeah, I used to listen to Art Bell a lot.
I'm sorry, I was just reading a very funny post by Bush on Gilded. I am not going to repeat it here.
Oh, okay. Don't.
Yeah, don't go talking. It's one of those. It's political. It's not gross or anything, but it's probably something you don't want to talk about. Speaking of talking about things.
Oh, I see it. Oh. Okay. Yeah, don't want to repeat that.
I'm going to
Yeah, now Deranged has to have a look too.
I want to know.
Yeah, it's in nobody's Gilded channel.
Okay.
If any of you care, I recently received. I bought 2 very big radio-controlled aircraft. They are battery-powered, and they're actually more powerful than any gas-powered RC aircraft I ever owned before. Mm-hmm. I'm slowly assembling them and pissing around with them. They have GoPros on them. I'm going to be able to overlook the valley and stuff and fly around if I don't wreck them. I bought 2 because I know probably going to crash the first one.
To be honest, I would like to try one of those drones, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the thing lost and crash the drone.
I had a drone for a while, and it will if the winds. The problem is you know what messes with the poor drone's GPS for like when it has a return function, right? So if anything goes wrong, it's supposed to return to the spot you launched and land. Well, that doesn't work if it's been pushed. If it's been pushed several hundred feet, say in one direction, by the wind, then it doesn't remember where it is,
Hey, Sultan.
and it lands
Hey, Raquel.
in weird spots.
Zoltan.
Hey, Zanzoltan.
Hey, the ranch. Hey, nobody.
Yeah, knowing me, I'm probably gonna get the drone lost. I'm gonna crash it. So
I recommend buying there's cheap little drones that you can get on eBay and Amazon, and they work and they teach you how to fly them. Don't go big and buy like a crazy several $1,000 one for the first one. Don't do that.
I'm not gonna buy
Buy
that. I'm not buying a drone that expensive that I'm gonna eventually crash and lost.
I did like Booster's comment.
Did that really happen at work, or is that just a joke?
No, I'm sure it really did happen at work.
Oh,
Yeah, knowing Boosh, it really happened. Hey, they say the customer is always right. That sort of shit.
Oh,
Any
shit.
place that I've ever
Yeah.
commercially, I've had a mechanic shop, and hanging on the back wall right behind the front desk when you walked in to talk to us was a big sign that said, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone we wish." And that is legal.
Yep.
no shirt, no shoes, no service.
Or if you're an asshole.
Oh, because look, mechanics get a lot of assholes.
Yeah. You're telling me about it. Especially those kind of people that actually come to your place and like they ask everything that they need to know and they just leave like for getting another mechanic. You're like, why? I just tell you what's the problem and you just got like a little bit of a budget
Yeah.
and then you just decide to go to another one and they did an awful job. You come back to me and then you start complaining about the awful job that somebody else did. So you're like, oh,
That's
okay.
right. I was just going to bring that up. I can't tell you how many times we had people bring their cars in saying, something's wrong in the suspension. So you do a quick inspection and you say, well, your upper and lower ball joints are worn out and you really could use some new tie rod ends. And so what they do is they take the car away. Okay, well, we'll deal with it as soon as we got the money or whatever. Not true. They get some joker Bubba in his backyard mechanic rig set up to change all those parts. And then they end up on a tow truck coming back to us later with a pop ball joint or something because Buddy over torqued the damn thing. Ha ha ha. Moron.
Yeah. It's happened to me like one guy that's actually a friend of my father, you know, and my father's a mechanic. They actually, I don't know how it's called in English. It's called the S-spiral here. The part that is actually containing this entire suspension in some cars, it actually blew away entirely from, you know, the entire hood. It was funny because it was like a big hole. Yeah, it was like a big hole in the middle of the hood just because the guy actually went like, I think he went to like another province and it was like, give or take 600 miles. And the suspension just broke off in the middle of that road. So, yeah. And my father actually told him, like, you should check it out this before you take like a big road because it's gotta blow in some place. And you're gonna be in the middle of the desert stranded right there. And that's what happened. So, yeah, what he didn't spend in. Sorry?
For all the boys and girls listening, here's a tip. Most older front-wheel drive cars will keep running and run well. What will fail in them is the front strut towers that hold up most of the front suspension. They'll rust out over time, and they will just collapse. And that's, I think, what you're talking about, Zan. Because I've seen that time.
Yeah, that's one of the things that can actually happen. But the thing that happened to this guy was the actual suspension. I can't remember. It should be called like the springs in your place. I don't know the English definition, but
Struts, where, do you mean the
the
subframe?
suspension part. I don't know how. Let me just look it up because I have no idea how it's called in English.
Control arm?
I don't know.
It's probably strut. The struts went, and that's what I initially thought when you were talking, because I've seen so many front wheel drive cars where they get to be about, say, 12, 13 years old, and the rust's been at them. The owner hasn't really cared for them. And the strut, the top of the strut towers shear out. You hit a big bump, and they just blow away, man. And that's it. You're out of control.
Yeah, it's called the damper spring. And the upper arm is actually holding the damper spring. So, yeah, that's the thing that
Yeah, what
actually
you're
broke.
talking about is a McPherson strut. I know
Ah.
exactly what you mean.
That's the thing. I don't know any kind of definition in English. I can tell you it's completely in Spanish, but I have no idea how it's called in English. That's the first time I ever.
Hey,
looked at
man, I've saved a lot of money watching Filipino and South American repairs for tires.
it.
I followed a lot of what those guys were doing in those videos by grinding up old tires and melting the rubber.
Oh,
and
that's a
making
good one.
patches and such, and it works. It works. They're geniuses, man.
Yeah, dude. This is the thing we have right here. We don't have much money, so we actually have to improvise a lot. So we have seen some of the shit. You won't believe me. Some of the shit that I've seen when I was repairing computers. I'm not joking. I can tell you one of the biggest one was that a guy actually like drilled on his own motherboard and just tied it up the entire cooler system like by wire. That's it. I'm not joking. It was like red wire, the one that you use like copper. Let's just call it
Yeah,
copper.
yeah.
It was something like that. And I was like, God damn it, this works? Yeah, it works. I was like, why? And he said like I couldn't find one that actually like fit into this place, so I didn't want to change the entire like you have the entire like fix it and everything and the cooler and the fan and everything. And she just like put it all together and it worked.
What were they
I had
doing
a
with the
friend bring-
tires?
No, this was actually a computer, but yeah.
No,
The tires, nobody was telling.
I heard you talking about grounding up tires and doing something with them. I didn't quite catch what the other part was.
Well, let's say you
Hello,
got a sidewall
Sherry.
split in a big, heavy tire. And I've seen like even a video from India that shows how to fix a loader tire.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go inside of them once you got them off the rim, and you can buff the hell out of them and grind down in layers and layers and layers, spreading out into thin. And then you can pack them with molten rubber and use a torch to form it in. It's like welding rubber. And it works, man. It actually works. I've saved a really expensive tire doing it.
Wow.
Dude, I just
But you
realized
gotta
that.
understand, the tires for my Cat 966 wheel loader, each one of them is worth about $6,000. It's
Oh.
not a joke. So,
Yeah, when you put it about it, if it is like something like $6,000, I will try to even like tie it up with a little bit of rope just in case. $6,000.
yeah, you're going to do anything you can to save it. And, weirdly enough, I didn't really need a loader, and it's sitting there with a flat for probably a month. And then I get watching all these videos. The first one was out of South America, and then the next one I saw was out of India. And both of them did the same technique, but the Indians had it refined a little. And I did everything the videos showed me, and it worked great. It fucking worked great. It's still out there rolling around, man. It's holding air. It has been for months. Like, fantastic. I showed it to some of my friends, too. Like, I took photos as I did it. And I'm like, hey, check this out, man. Did you know you could do this? Because mine is a throwaway society. if something's damaged that bad, you just buy a new one, right?
Mm-hmm. There's probably some kind of problem that you can have eventually, but they probably explained that to you because when it's like the inside of the outside, because the outside is a problem actually. Like you need to actually have everything around it. How's it called? The grip, right? The grip actually has to be working. If not, you'll be like you'll be like sliding in the road instead of like driving. Sorry, I'm not completely sure. Which car did you say about it? It was the one that actually like you fixed. I want to check the tire. Oh, I think it just had to go for a little bit.
No, sorry, I was just grabbing a beer. It's a 1982 Cat 966 bucket loader. It's a pretty big loader, and I got it cheap at an auction. And the tires are getting old, but this vulcanizing technique that like I said, I think they were Brazilian, were doing it. Was really, that intrigued me. And then I saw some of the finishing, like for you mentioned the outside. I thought that the people in India did a much better job of doing the outside and buffing it in and such. It looked like it really wasn't there. It was a perfect patch. Mine, you can see it. It looks like a scar on the side of the tire, but it works. It's holding air. I haven't had to put a pound in it since I did it.
Nice. I was just looking at most of my paintings look like video game or cold partner of a war partner clad mask, most are half my face. Also did a few paintings. Oh, I do wonder why. Anyway, I was just looking up and I was like, did she actually mean tarot card or tarot cards? What is a tarot card? I had never seen a tarot card.
I have tarot cards.
Really? I put tarot
really?
and
it's astrology. It's astrology.
But is it tarot cards?
It's not astrology. It's so far removed from astrology.
Yeah, it's tarot. I know it for
Okay.
tarot. I don't know what is it called. Tarot.
Yeah.
Tarot.
Yeah, no, the final T is silent in Old Celtish. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that I actually see those cards were in Persona games, so I have no idea how they work. One friend of mine actually tried to get my tarot. They will. One friend of mine actually tried to explain to me how it works inside, the astrology around, the I don't know what's called, the destiny. I have no idea. I just said to her, "What does the card say?" She told me like, "You're gonna have a great job and you're gonna find the love of your life." And I was like, "I'm just breaking up with my girlfriend. I just got fired this month." And she was like, "Oh, but that's a change for you because it's gonna be like, I think you're too positive." I was like, "I think you're too positive," and I'm really happy that you're trying to like channel that positiveness into these tarot cards. But I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't believe in anything around this. I just love it because in Persona they actually use it for something, but I have no idea how this works. And she just like she used to draw, so she actually draw that is seen in one of her like back old comics, because she was like, "You're so." It was so funny your reaction to it that I needed to do a comic, and she showed it to me. It was like back 6 or 7 months ago, no, 5 months ago perhaps, and it was funny. So yeah.
Well, you can say what you
Astrology
want,
and-
but honestly, if you sit down across from me at a table and I get you to hold the cards and you follow my instructions, it is not about me. I'm not the psychic. What happens is, or supposed to happen is the tarot cards pick up your energies. Okay, it's about you. And then I lay down everything. I use what they call the Celtic cross. My mother taught it to me when I was only 18 and gave me a bunch of books on how to read the tarot in different forms. I know the Roman and French forms as well, but I prefer the Celtic cross. And it's remarkably accurate. I've brought people to tears One chick says to me, I looked at her and I said, "You have a woman in your life that is not your mother. I would say it's an aunt or a cousin." And she's like, I have an aunt. It's very important to me. And I said, "I think you should call her." You shouldn't like ever tell someone that someone's going to die or they're going to die. But I did tell her, I said, "I think you should call her." And sure as shit, I nailed it. She was dying of cancer in Germany.
Oh,
So, just saying.
I have no idea. I always say the same. I've seen ghosts. I've seen things that I cannot explain. So most of these things are kind of like weird to me because I dream with the future. I've seen the future sometimes, even last week and yesterday too. Because a lot of people will tell you like you feel that deja vu. No. I told this deja vu to my ex-girlfriend. I actually confirmed it. Do you remember that time that I say like this, and this, and she said like yes? Well, it happened just right now, and this happens a lot to me. So I'm just waiting for something to happen in 2024. But like I said,
if you're done, I want to break in and ask you a question. You dropped a big bomb on me. You said you've seen a ghost. Please elaborate. It's one of the few things I have never seen. I've had a lot of friends tell me they've seen them, but I never have.
I never have either, and I don't really want to. Thank you.
I've seen the dead grandpa and grandma of my friend when I was going through his house. They offered me a mate, which is an infusion here in Argentina. He didn't believe me. And I was like, yeah, they are right there on the table. And he was like, no, you're joking. No. He's dressed like this, and this, and she's dressed like this, and this. And she's actually offered me a mate. He was like, "Are you fucking kidding with me?" And she just showed me like a picture of them. I had never seen it. Yes, they're dressed like that. And I just like, can I go to your bathroom or something like that, And I went to the bathroom. I came back, and then they weren't there anymore. So it was like for like give or take 1 minute that I saw them.
Crazy, man. That's nuts.
And he didn't believe me until I described to him. Because he used to like have I don't know what's called in English, beret, I think. It was a red beret and a little like jacket. No, jacket, no. It was more like, I don't know how it's called in English, sweater. It will be like something like a sweater with little like little squares of different color, like Scottish kind of thing. And I can't remember the grandma too much. But I do remember the grandpa. And he was like, you're joking with me. You're fucking. I was like, no, they're there. They're just for me about it. And that was one of the so many that I have because I still have one of those Facebook memories of a woman that I do have an entire story around it. I don't know if I ever tell it here, but it's like a known thing here in my house because a friend of mine actually like he came from another city. And he asked me like because that ghost, I don't know why. In my case, she actually told my complete entire name as I was in the bathroom, and to him she actually speak in my voice, asking him what did he want to eat. But it's an entire story. It's like a little bit long. And the other thing that I did, I saw her. I think it was her technically. But it's in a Facebook memory, and that entire night, as I saw her, and I grabbed my door and I closed the door, I felt something like something was trying to open the handle of my door. Like somebody was touching it completely, like going crazy, trying to open it. And that entire night, I couldn't sleep anyway. But that's a Facebook memory. I know it because I saw it somewhere again, and it was like 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. I can't remember. I still have it right there. I have no idea. But this one, I actually saw it like in front of me. She was blonde and she was completely white. And she saw it. She saw to my eyes and she didn't move. And there's a thing in my house because there's a big hole like from my room to the kitchen. And it's always dark. So that was weird because I saw it was like something. I don't know how to explain it. It was like seeing in the darkness something that was moving and it was watching me. And I remember seeing something like blonde. I don't know if she was watching me or not. I will never know it. And my first reaction was going completely wide-eyed and grabbing the handle on my door and like closing my door completely, like shut it. And I just turned all the lights and I went to my computer and I started like putting music or something just to change it too, because I was going crazy. I said like, I'm going crazy. That I should have seen that. I don't know what I saw, and then I see the handle and everything. Anyway, I was telling the story
Yeah,
because it's like nobody believed me, but it was real when my friend that actually came from up there. It was
I
like, yeah, it
believe
was.
you.
But when it happened to him, he couldn't believe me. And then another one of my there's three people that actually heard her, and this third one was a friend of mine, and is still a friend of mine. I still remembers that he heard something like scratching from. We have a, how is it called in English? I can't remember how's it called. The attic, or an attic, and he swear that he heard somebody like scratching that. It's made of wood. The attic. I mean, the ceiling of the. It will be the floor of the attic, the ceiling of my bathroom, and he swear that he heard some kind of scratching. Anyway, I will never know. And we actually like look it up, everything, and we're like probably it's rats or something like that, but they were rats. And I don't know.
Closest
It's
thing I have to a ghost story is I had a very, very strange dream. And like I grew up on a generational farm where there had been multiple houses built over the years. And my great grandparents' original cabin still stood, but it really wasn't safe to be in or around. And I had this dream one night about this little girl that died, and they buried her in a specific spot. And here's the funny part. For laughs, like I was a bit of a metal detector buff and a historian of the area and whatnot, I went out, for a hobby. I went out one day with a shovel and some friends, and I went to the very spot that I dreamed about in front of my great grandparents' cabin. I know the land well, and I started
Mhm.
digging. You know what I found? I found a weird little metal box, and when we got the rusty old thing fucking open, I found a bottle of, trying to remember the name. It was an orange soda from the old
Mm.
days, like from 1900, and
Oh, something like that.
crushed and a little doll in the box. And so I take this and I show this stuff to my aunt, who's one of the last of the old ladies still left alive. And I talk to her about it, and she's like, "Don't dig any deeper. There's a kid there. It's one of your ancestors that died very, very young." And of course, at the time, there was no cemetery out here. They just buried her in the backyard and put a wooden cross up. That cross has long crumbled and is gone. I dreamt about it. I had no idea that place existed.
Oh, if we're talking about dreams, I have one that is actually funny because I haven't seen her in like I think 10 years or no, even more. But I actually met a person before even meeting her, like in real life. What I mean with meeting her, sorry, in real life. We used to like play a lot of Pump It Up back in the day, like in 2000. And I had a dream. I'm not joking about this. This is completely random, but I still remember her face because it was so funny. But in my dream, I was playing, and there comes a girl, like, and she told me like, "Hi, I'm Belen. This is the name of her." And I can't remember the sir's name and everything, but she told me like everything. Hi, I'm Belen. I'm this years old. I came to this town because this happened and this and this. And like she, in my dream, she talked like for like 20 minutes, I think. And I don't know if it was the same in reality or not. And she told me every detail, like why did she come here, how old was she, where did she come from, everything. And one day we were like walking with some friends, and this is for real. They still remember that because it was funny. We were like walking to it was like a big arcade that we have here in my town, in my hometown. And she like told me, I saw her like playing, and I was like, just 1 second to my friends and say, and I just put like, if you know Pump It Up, it has two places she has to play. She was playing on one place, and I put in her right place, like in the right of her. And I say like, hi, your name is this, and you're this year's old. and you came here because of this and this. And I started like talking to her, like, I'm not joking, just telling her definitions or information. And she's just like, when, how the fuck do you know this? And I was like, you told me in a dream, I'm not joking. And she was like, no, you're fucking with me. You're some kind of cop or something like that. No, and I was like, I think 16 back in that day. 16
Yeah.
or 17, I can't remember.
No, I
And,
understand, man. I've
and
had similar experiences, but it's been late in life for me. Like I said, my mom turned me onto the tarot cards. Over time, I've still got my old set that mom gave me, but I've given both my daughters the cards and mom's old books and taught them how to read them too. And I warned them. I said, guess what? In time, you won't need them anymore. You only need to be near a person and you'll be able to read them. There's a reason that I can't be in cities. I can't hang around the malls anymore. I'm serious. I'm kind of an empath, and I pick up all of this negative energy, and it hurts. All you can feel is pain out there. It's horrible. So I live alone in the middle of fucking nowhere in the north, where I don't have to put up with that.
I mean, I don't have that kind of things, but I do remember that one that it actually Federal said. I was one in my back in that day when I saw the ghost and everything. I swear that I felt somebody hugging me from behind, and I just went like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go to something like a witch or something like that, just to ask what the hell is going on." And as soon as I get inside, like in the place, and this is a thing that I always remember, she said, like, leave. Why? Something is holding you. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't want me here. Like, she hates me, or he or she. I can. She said like she. So that's why I always remember, like, she hates me. And if I do something to remove him from you, she will do something bad to you too. And I was like, why? I don't know. It's something like it's there, and I don't know why it is there. And I was like, okay. I will never know if this was for real or not, but it happened like in a second, and I was like, why? And she like
Brett,
that's the funniest thing because it was
Brett,
almost sorry.
sorry, Brett just commenting, and this is kind of what I was talking about. He's talking about finding a little girl and taking her home only to have her disappear. You know, she was never really there, sort of. There is a ghost out here that I'm told about. There's a, how shall I put it? A hitchhiker. Yeah, that's the right word. There's a hitchhiker who died on the side of the road years ago. That they tell me it's the exact spot where you're supposed to see her late at night. And I personally have never seen her. I've gone through there late at night, and I've never seen this hitchhiking ghost, which bothers me because I'd love to see this. It'd be great.
Maybe she's
I'm not afraid. I'm, you know, I've often said that I've seen some UFOs, and if I ever saw aliens in person, I'd be like, I'd reach out my hand. I'd be like, come on, take me with you.
I really would
I'd probably
see
end up in a zoo, but I'd just like to see it.
I would really like to see an alien saucer or Bigfoot, but ghosts, no.
I would like
Well,
to
the
actually
trick to
see
the
like
UFO thing is, Raquel, everyone's got their faces buried in their phones and looking at the ground where they're walking and shit. No one ever looks at the sky. Think about it. How often do you look at the sky?
Every once
not
in a
so
while.
See, I do constantly because I'm an ex-soldier. I have situational awareness. I'm aware of my surroundings and what's going on at all times. And you're not. You're buried in different things and stuff. And you're missing shit. I'll bet you could have seen several UFOs, but you didn't because you were doing something else. Distracted.
Well, Fed, you said you were at a tarot reading about 20 years ago. The lady freaked out and asked you to leave. They're only halfway through the reading. I wonder what she saw that it freaked her out, though.
She saw the hell.
Yeah, well, I can dump another quick story on you guys. They had this our local radio station had this psychic at a mall, and it wasn't far from where I lived in Calgary. So, heck, I driving a tow truck at the time, and I got no one calling me, so I got nothing better to do. So I walked into the mall to have a look, and I'm standing there in the crowd, and the psychic is doing his thing and chatting away and blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden he stops and he goes, "Oh, oh, I just got the worst psychic blast," and then he turned and pointed right at me and said, "Get that man out of here."
Say, kiss my ass.
I gotta blast you again.
I did it on purpose. I wanted to see, are you the real deal? And it turns out he is.
Okay.
I cannot say much about. Sorry, I was eating. I cannot say much about all these things because I've seen it. Like a friend of mine actually like used to like burn all the lights around his own home because she said like she could feel things a lot of the times. And I never knew if this was for real or not until I see it like knife here in my town. When she come one day and she was like the entire block of the lights of the street lights were completely burned. And like I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 people actually came to change them all because it was like the entire block was completely burned. And she said like, my friend, sorry, that it was her girlfriend, his girlfriend, sorry, back in that day. And he said like, yeah, she just came with a bad headache and she burned all the lights, including my own home. And I was like, are you for real? No. She actually burned them all. This is a funny thing because at the same time, I actually like went like there and she told me the exact same thing that she said that reader, like that witch or whatever you want to call it. And she said like, you have somebody or something grabbing you right now, and it's like something like a dark thing or something that is involving you completely. And I was like, and who is it? I don't know. She said like, I know it's there, and she doesn't like me either. I was like, I asked her, it's a she. It's like, what the hell? I don't know. It looks like a she. I don't know. I was like, okay. And up to this day, I still think that it was that ghost because I have never seen her again. It's been like 8 years, give or take. I can't remember. Yeah, it was 8 years. I actually like look at the Facebook memory. It's been some years since I saw her, or at least that thing that I saw that day. Anyway. Long hair, green eyes, and sunflower dress. Maybe if I see her. Oh.
Yeah,
That kind of like touching. I never had like a real like touch. I felt things, but I never like touch. I have no idea if it's like for
my
real.
grandfather was a war veteran and not prone to lies or, he was a very straight up meat and potatoes kind of guy. He wasn't into telling tall tales or anything. Towards the end of his life, though, he went in for some surgery. He had some cancer and they had to remove one of his eyeballs and they put in a glass eye and such. And he was saying that the one night while he was laying in bed, something came in, a black shape, and it grabbed his foot and tried to pull him out of the bed. And he had to grab hold of the headboard, railings and hold himself back. And he swore this to me, man. He said, no, this really happened to me.
Well, I felt one day that I was actually like, and that's another thing that happened right back in that time, that somebody was like pushing me into the bed. Like somebody was like trying to push me into the bed. I don't know why. Like imagine you're like kind of sleeping or something like that, or you're resting in the bed, and something is like pushing you down, like into the bed, something like that. It feels weird. I remember feeling cold too. I don't know. I always feel like it was weird. It was a weird feeling. still remember the only thing that I used, like that moment, the only thing that I said, that if you want to kill me or whatever, just do it. I'm done. I don't want to fight anymore. I was like, if you want to do something, do it. I don't care. And the thing, or whatever it was, like, it stopped doing that. I don't know if it was myself or the film or whatever, but I was like, I'm done. Do what you have to do. I was like, if it happened like in Ghostbusters, I would be happy, but it didn't happen like in Ghostbusters, you know. But honest to God, I don't know why it happened, but it happened.
I think what it is I don't need ghosts. I've seen so many horrible things throughout my lifetime, car accidents, my time in the military, etc. I have more than enough nightmares.
Mm.
It just, it's kind of rare for me to dream about anything else.
Oh, that's a big problem, actually. Honest, I don't dream. Like, it's really weird if I dream. I only have this kind of premonitions in my sleep, or nothing at all. Like, it's been 10 years or more since I stopped like dreaming completely. The other day, the other day I actually had a dream, and it was like myself, like writing a book. I don't know what it was. I don't remember anything else. And I don't know if it was a premonition or whatever, but it was like that. I was just grabbing like a little book, a purple book, and it was writing something. I don't remember what it was. That's it. That's the only thing I remember of a dream, and that's it. That's the entire dream. I don't know. The only way, the funniest thing is because I used to dream a lot of weird things or stories or whatever, but I don't know. It's
When I was a little kid, I remember clearly waking up in a cold sweat, shaking and afraid because I was terrified. Having seen Godzilla and Gorgo and some of these big lizard movies, I dreamt about them all the time. It scared the piss out of me. I was always running away from dinosaurs in my dreams, man. It was bad.
I mean, I have one of those. I only remember one dream because it's funny. Because when I try to explain it, a lot of people are laughing at me because I say like, "Yeah, but that was my mind back then," and it's even sometimes like right here. But, I'm not joking about this. As I was a kid, but the only thing that I was afraid of was E.T. The extraterrestrial, the movie. I was actually afraid of E.T. because I always think like,
Yeah, dude,
this looks like
I'm with you. E.T. scared the shit out of me too. The first time that kid finds him in the shed, and it's like, yeah, I nearly shit my pants, man.
I loved that movie as a kid.
Yeah, but I'm afraid of just being like that, and that thing comes and they say E.T. home and just eat your brains, and I'm like, no, I don't want it. But as I was a little kid,
get it away from me. I don't want to be around it.
Yeah, and this is the funniest thing because my mind decided to do this because I was a big video gamer since I was 3 or 4 years old. And they decided that I was in a cabin with Mario and Luigi and a bazooka trying to kill E.T. And it was great. I'm not joking. This was a dream of mine back in the day.
You were afraid he was going to touch you with that finger is what you were afraid of.
Honest to God, I don't know, but it's a weird dream that I still remember. And I was a little kid. I was like, why do I still remember this dream exactly? Because it was so much funny. And the one that actually Chucky is called here. Chucky actually tried to kill me with needles or vaccines or whatever you want to call it. And he actually killed me. And this is the funniest part because as I was getting killed by Chucky, that was like flinging vaccines to me. The title read "Game Over," and I was still feeling the pain as he would keep on throwing those vaccines into my back. I'm not joking. This was a dream of mine, and I was like, "Why?" That is one of those many. I still remember also the Shadow Man that I still don't know why it happened. And it was like I was being run by a Shadow Man, and he actually he was accused of killing people in the middle of a trial, and the shadow thing was trying to capture me between a little bit of a road that it was going like up and down, And as I try to fight him, I turn into Goku. I throw a Kamehameha, I destroy the entire Earth, but the Shadow Man still tries to catch me. That was a dream. Also, there's so many of those I had in my life. The only one that I still hate, it was one of those, because it was one year I dreamed I was like a big space. I was in a big spaceship. I was a baron or something like that. I only have one eye. I knew a girl that actually had blue hair, and we were like trying to stop an empire, like something like Star Wars, something like that. And the entire dream actually ended, and I was like, oh, that was a nice dream. It looked like a movie. 1 year after, I have the second part that actually showed me like having a romantic relationship with a woman, and something like another world, like another ships actually helping me. And at the end of this dream, actually said to be concluded. I'm not joking, something like Back to the Future. And I never had the third dream, so I don't know how it ended. I'm still waiting. It's been like 5 years already. One day I'll probably have that dream and I'll be like, finally, or perhaps before I die. I don't know. But that's another one that I have. And there's a friend of mine that we actually discussed, where we was discussing like weird dreams that we have. And he said that once that he had like Power Rangers actually trying to steal from a supermarket. And he told me like this story, and then that night I actually dreamed something like that. That I was I was the Power Ranger, and I was trying to steal, and he was trying to stop me. So those kinds of dreams, I will never understand them. But yeah, it happens. Sorry, I was just telling this story because my dreams are completely crazy or something of a premonition. And that right now I only have premonitions. I don't have dreams anymore. So, this is your thoughts. The love of my life, Diva, my husband can never get to give me opinions on diapers.
Michelle, asking your husband opinions on those type of items, you're not going to get that. Yep, no. It's a guy thing. Just pick over what you want for your daughter. That's all the advice I can give you.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If my ex used to ask me, "What do you want in this wall? What do you want as a painting? What do you want as a furniture? What do you want to?" I was like, "Pay whatever you want." But no, but I don't care. It's to me, it's blue. Oh, nice. It's red.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I never
found the
care.
best way to keep my wife. I had a wife for 25 years. Okay, she's passed away. God rest her soul. But I found the best way to keep her happy was not to interfere with anything. Oh, well, whatever color you want this room to be, and whatever couch you want, and whatever. I don't care.
It's not like I don't want to interfere. I don't care.
To be honest, it's
like,
more of a case
like,
do you really want my opinion? Because if you do, we're going to end up with a real basic paint job in here. And you remember those old couches with the wagon wheels and such on them?
Yeah.
That's what I grew up with. That's my take.
No, my territory is actually, if you want to ask me something like, I don't know, this is the only thing that I can say. I'm not joking about it. Because the other day they were like, you're joking. I was like, okay. I was with my friend's girlfriend. I was like, you should like dress like this. And she was like, yeah, you're right. And you should dress like this because I had my mother she was I don't know how to call it in English, but she makes clothes, and I actually found a lot of things to that because I used to like read those magazines that I were like, this dress goes well with this kind of clothes, and this pop makes your eyes pop. Yeah, something like a seamstress. Let's just call it like that because it will be there, and
also known as Taylor.
Taylor, that is the one. She used to like make all the clothes, and I was like, I understand how a woman should like dress. I'm not joking about it. If I see you once, I can tell you how you should dress, and it's like something that I have since I was a kid because I used to read all those kind of magazines. I was bored. I didn't have a computer. I didn't have any games, and for like 2 years, I actually had to do that. I was like, damn it, but. And a lot of people will tell me like, no, you don't understand. And I was like, that's the only thing that you can ask me for. Like, I can only give you this kinds of advice. The other things I'm like, I have no idea because to me, they are like, when somebody asks me, how do you like this furniture? I don't care. But how do you like this app? I don't care. It works. Yes, that's it. I don't care how it looks. I'm always like that,
And
and that's
for
kind of
my wife, I sat down one night over a bottle of wine, and know, we had a nice long talk and such. We were really good with each other. And I explained to her, I said, look, I don't know anything about these things. This is your job. I mean, you do the decor in this place. I was raised that, the women basically said, here's how things are going to look. And as far as raising our daughters go, I'll put in my fatherly input, which basically boiled down to here's how to ride a dirt bike, here's how to ride a snowmobile,
okay.
here's how to play baseball.
If I can give you a
I
little bit
turned
of
my
advice,
kids into
Michelle, I gotta give you this advice, Michelle, because this is the easiest way to actually find some. If you want him to actually be involved, just show him two things, and he will show. He will be like that one. I'm not joking. That's it. If you give us like two options, we will choose one. That's it. We don't care about all that. But if you come like, how you liked it, like for example, once the a friend of mine asked me, I have a boy. What should we get for him, like in as a gift? And I was like, it depends. What does he like? Like something there, and she actually like told me, I'm about to pick this or this, and I was like, yeah, he's a little kid. He loves cars. Give him a toy car, but a good one, like one that he actually can play and it doesn't be destroyed like in 5 minutes. And she said like to me, why? Because if he liked cars, he will like to use it for everything. And I mean everything. He will be like going into the zoo, going into the park, going everywhere with the car because if he likes it, he will love it. And she was like, "Are you for it?" Yes, but buy him something that actually like is it's gonna like last at least 1 year because he's gonna love that car for the entire year. And I was right. She actually got like a little of a toy truck, those ones that I actually like. You put the dirt and you throw it and everything. And she said like he sleeps with that truck. I was like, yeah, because that's what we do as kids. That we love something and we love it until it disappears completely. And yes, that's what actually happened. The dog actually found it one day, and since it was that kind of plastic, it's called Duravit here, which is it means it will last for your life. I'm not joking. Duravit,
Yeah, guys,
Duravit,
he's
and
not
it
wrong.
did it.
I was
Yeah.
raised on a steady diet of Matchbox and Hot Wheels cars. I had one of the biggest collections in the neighborhood.
Hmm.
I had all the tracks and the powerhouses and everything, man. Like, I was the cool kid on the block because I had all the Hot Wheels shit.
In
And
the
I
90s, I
grew up.
had the entire collection of Dragon
I
Ball
grew up with
characters. I had
go
26
karts.
characters.
My
Yeah,
Wow.
dad built me a go kart, a gas powered go kart with a little Briggs and Stratton engine on the back of it. And then I moved on to dirt bikes and such. I mean, I hate to say it, but I was not really spoiled, but I was given all the things I was interested in. Let's put it that way. When it came down to it, I had to earn my first real dirt bike. I had to work for it. My parents didn't buy
mm.
it for me.
Yeah, same here. I actually had to. Well, no, I'm not. No, the rollers. I got it for a gift the first time because they didn't believe me. I could ride them, and the first time I even put it off, put it on. Sorry, I actually know how to use them. But the second ones I actually had to buy by myself because as I grew up, my feet grew too, so those ones weren't like useful anymore. But yeah, that's
Well,
that's
what
the
started
only
me
problem.
on it, I will admit this. You probably even know what they are. They were called fun bikes, and they were Briggs and Stratton powered. They were little
Yeah,
tiny mini bike with
yeah, yeah,
just a
yeah.
Briggs and Stratton in the center. You remember those? Right. They gave me one of those. It was used, but Dad cleaned it up and painted it up and such, and put new tires on it. And oh yeah, I had a ball on that thing for a year or two. And during that time, I was saving like crazy and working, cleaning chicken coops, shoveling fucking cow shit out of dairy barns, doing whatever it took to make the money. And I
Mm.
finally saved up. It was $899
Oh,
in 1979 to buy a
That was a
brand
lot of
new.
money.
that's a lot of moolah.
I got my I got myself a Suzuki RM80.
Oh, nice, a Japanese one.
Yeah. Oh, I love that bike. And it ran for years too, guys. Like, I was way too big for it when I finally got rid of it.
Do you think it's looking kind of ridiculous? No, it's mine. I kind of understand that kind of wish because
Well,
up to
dude,
this day, I
it
still.
went like stink. I mean, geez, I got so good with the thing that I was ripped. I had buddies, older friends that had 125s and 250s, and I was keeping up with them.
And well, it's Japanese, you know how it is. It's even you can have a like Hatsu, a little car like from the '80s, and still it still runs like a goddamn Ferrari. Ah, those cars
And that
are
was a
awesome.
lot of money back in those days.
Yeah.
It sure was. It took me 2 years to make that money deal, and I really had to work hard. I had to give up the arcades and save every fucking penny, not buying candy, not doing stupid shit. I even
Mm.
forego a couple of cool movies that I thought, all right, I'll catch them later on video cassette when mom and dad ran it. I could have gone to the movies, but I didn't. Saved and saved and saved, and I finally put enough together. I got to admit, my old man was really cool because when we got there, I didn't realize that there was a bunch of tax to pay on the bike too.
Oh.
And Dad paid up the taxes, and then he bought some motorcycle straps, and we lashed the bike down to the back, and he took it home for me. Cool.
I mean, the only toys that I got like back in the day, it was mostly we had like a big. I still don't know what it was, but I still remember the toys because it was important more the toys that they actually show. It was like some samurais. There was like a blue, a red, and a green one, and it was a cartoon from the '90s. I don't remember the name. It was an American cartoon. And then we have Saiseiya dolls, gashapons, and also the Dragon Ball. That's the thing. I'm not joking about this. I'm gonna be completely honest. I still remember what I thought. We were like going into our flea market here in Argentina. We will like get each one of those characters. I used to have actually 50, and then it went to 26, and then I lost every one of them. What do I mean with this? When I was buying the 51, the 50th, it was Gohan.
Let me tell
Sorry,
you guys
Gohan. No,
something.
Goten. What?
I just want to throw this at you. When we talk about collecting toys, I spoke of having all my Hot Wheels. I kept
Yeah.
all my original Hot Wheels in that
Oh,
my
I
mother
lost all.
did. Okay. As I grew older, she just put them in a box and put them in the basement. And years later, I started recollecting as an adult in my 30s. I started collecting Matchbox, Hot Wheels, Budgie, all these different little, die-cast cars, trucks and equipment and etc. And my mom came to visit us, and she saw my collection. She's like, "Hey, I don't think if you know this or not, but I still got all your old Hot Wheels in a box at home." And I'm like, "What?"
I'll be the same,
home,
dude.
the next weekend we went digging through everything until I found them. And yeah, I had over 100 of them.
Oh
In
yes.
Hot Wheels. I mean
that was the biggest problem because up to this day I lost one of the biggest dolls that I ever have in my life, and I cannot find it less than 400, $500, and it's
I
from
do want to bring this
Japan.
Up.
Sure.
Just to end up quickly with the Hot Wheels thing, I had this. Now with those, I have this monstrous collection. I have over 10,000 little die-cast cars.
Wow.
Okay?
That's a lot.
And believe it or not, I sold the whole collection for 25,000 Canadian.
No, that's so little.
He had a big collection. He was into the whole thing, and he saw all the shit I had, and he said, I know most guys won't usually give up a collection, but I'm just curious, what would you take? And I said, I don't know. He said, I'll give you 25 grand for the lot. And I went, all right. And that was it. The end of my collecting days for Hot Wheels.
I will never. I'm just back collecting all my cartridges from Sega. So imagine that. I already have like 200, and I need at least 120. Sorry, and I need to collect 200. So yeah, it's gonna take some time. But as I was saying, I had this Mega Man X4 I mean X exactly, from the 90s that I got from the original box and everything that actually have interchangeable parts. That it was the white armor. Nowadays, if I want to buy this from Japan, it's only the X4 collection. It's
Hey,
like $400 to $500.
I
I
forgot
can,
you're the old video game guy, which I find very, very cool. I got to
yeah,
ask you. We were talking about this earlier. Do
yep.
you know of Booger Man?
Wait, can you repeat that? It cut off.
Booger
Okay.
Man.
Oh,
Booger
dude, I
man.
have that game right here. Are you kidding me? How could I not know a Booger Man?
I don't.
Uh, Booger! It's a classic.
Booger.
Mm.
It's a Sega game that's
Damn
actually,
straight.
well, Sega
Booger
Super
Man.
Nintendo.
Booger. And which didn't do anything, but his big
Yeah.
farts would kill the enemies.
Yeah, it was funny. It's actually that kind of gross game from the 90s. It's a classic. It's actually a guy that goes into the toilet and flushing himself out each level. And if you never played it, it was like back in the 90s when you were a kid, it was like, this is the greatest game of my life. Because you will never see like belching or farting and everything like that. And he has that
That's
power.
right.
That's what's
I
his
forgot
superpower.
about it. Every
Mm.
time you finished a level, you'd flush himself down the toilet to the next
Uh-huh.
level.
Oh, come
I
on,
forgot about
Michelle.
that.
You know you want to play.
I
Play it.
don't
It's
know.
awesome. Play it. It's awesome. I'm not joking. It's a great game. Even if
It's fun. You never know.
Is it Super Nintendo?
Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. But I recommend the Sega Genesis version. The Super Nintendo actually looks too close to the character, and it's kind of hard to actually play in a platform like that. The Sega Genesis actually found out this, and they changed it a little bit. Like the image is a little bit like farther away, so you can see the entire platform.
Hey, Boosh. No Wi-Fi here. Can't
Boosh.
watch
Oh.
live.
Then how
Yeah.
the hell is he commenting? What? Come on.
Because he put 240.
How are you here then, Boosh?
He probably put it like
That
in
doesn't make any
144, you know?
sense.
Really
He's-
small, like,
He's in the cell.
yeah.
Instead of Wi-Fi, he's using cell.
Mm-hmm. If you gotta put like in 140, he can watch for 1 hour. It's like only, no,
Oh, yeah,
2
I
hours
get it.
perhaps. And it's left
He'll
a blow
burn
for
up
you
his
and your girl.
minutes
No.
or his data, and that's it. He's fucked. And we saw your little blurb in Gilded, buddy. We were laughing about it
We
earlier.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see it. What happened, Gillen? Okay, let me see it.
It's a, are you in Nobody's Gilded? Sultan,
No,
yeah.
I'm in
Yeah, yeah.
yours.
No,
Balsamic,
yeah, you are. It's in Nobody's Gilded. You'll see it in the general
okay.
area.
Let me see. General memes or general? Could you,
General, just don't say it out loud.
okay. Uh, yeah, she deserved what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. God
She
damn it!
did.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If you came here in Argentina, it's impossible to say anything bad about our president. I'm not joking. There's so many brainwashed people that is unbelievable.
Oh, shit,
And
dude.
this is the funniest part I'm gonna tell you.
Dude,
There
I
was
want to answer, Brad. I remember Gauntlet.
oh,
And,
Gauntlet is awesome.
If you think you can't say anything bad about anyone, if you do anything online and speak out about Justin Trudeau, put up a big old fucking video cutting him down and ripping on him, you're going to have the spooks after you within 24 hours.
This is the funniest part. There was a political protest here in Argentina, and tomorrow, today is a national holiday. Then tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday is actually another national holiday. So it's called here. I'm not talking about this. This is called a bridge holiday, which means they actually create holidays just to make it a bridge weekend, so people get to tourism and everything like that. And they actually had an entire a complete protest in entire Argentina, and they just were like, we're gonna stop protesting for this weekend because it was a bridge holiday, and then they're
I know
gonna
what
come
he
back
means.
on Tuesday.
We call that
I'm like,
a long weekend.
Hey, Maria.
hi, Maura.
Or,
I know what he means. We call that a long weekend.
Hey, Maria.
I hear the stream in the
Oh,
background.
sorry, your channel's on the other tab. My bad.
Oops.
My bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
shut down
By,
YouTube.
by the way, hope you have the best of luck on 28.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. I probably won't, but it's still gonna be a fun. Like if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna do it fantastically. I'm gonna do it with pizzazz.
Nice.
Yay.
I like your shirt. Born free,
Nice.
live free. Now free those puppies. Yeah.
Bring those puppies. Let the
Hey.
girls go. Let those girls go.
Well, I'm not already letting my girls go. I don't have a bra on, so that's why I'm not.
Dang.
That's why I'm not
Hey.
on camera. I don't feel like fucking putting a freaking bra on.
I mean, I have no underpants, so I'm the
I feel
same.
weird without one.
Mm.
My boobs have this Napoleon complex where they act and think they're bigger than they are, and it's very tiresome, and I have to adjust them and do this. But if you let them run free, I can't even.
Hey, these curls are not easy. Okay.
These are
they're
very
really-
cumbersome.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, I would like to be able to lay on flat, like down, and be able to have my back pop. But I feel like they're gonna burst out my neck and explode like a huge zit. That's very annoying. Or trying to cross your arms to get your back pop. Nope.
You know,
No,
I
no.
miss that.
Good luck
My
reaching
wife
your
used
back.
to be able to walk up. She would put one foot on, basically on my ass, and hold my pelvis down, and then she'd march the other foot up my spine, cracking each vertebrae as she went up.
Okay,
It
that
was
sounds way
great.
more okay.
Oh, I miss.
You know what they need? I don't know if they have them. If they don't, they need to make them. Those tables where you're going to the chiropractor and they need like an area for your boobs and then like an area on the crotch so guys aren't like getting their stuff crushed. Or for some of us who have, pelvic bones that are slightly protruding, like not have that crushed. That would be nice. They should make that a thing.
It's like putting.
Boy,
I go to
some
my
comments I probably
chiropractor about
won't.
every 3
That's
months.
it. That's the problem. You say something, it exists, but it's not especially used in a chiropractor. That's a problem. I'm not joking. It exists actually.
Well,
Sounds like
not
a
just
sex thing to
chiropractors.
me.
Massage therapists could do it. You could lay down flat on the table and they could work on your back and everything, and you still have a place for your boobs and your front bits if you need it. Like, so I mean, it could be used a lot in different ways. Or surgery, like surgery tables, like if they have.
Yes,
like,
Brett.
if you get back
I
surgery.
played Soul Reaver. I remember that one vaguely. God, that's a long time ago.
You're
We
my
were-
soul river.
We were
It's a
talking
classic.
about Gina Carano's breast the other night when we were watching the
Yeah,
movie.
that was pretty cool, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen
I like
still
the
the
way she
movie. I need
learned
to
how
watch
to
it.
handle a gun in a big hurry. That impressed me. I enjoyed that
Mhm.
movie. I really
Man,
did.
I need to brush
I've
up on that.
recommended it to friends.
I have too.
I want to see it again.
I should actually watch it.
If I
It's
ever
very
have
good.
money, I should do a YouTube video, like going to the gun range.
Yeah.
I'll have to
Drama.
rent one. I'll have to rent one though. I'm pro gun, but I'm so poor I can't afford it.
I am too. I hear you.
The story of my life.
Yeah, everything
So-
sucks for everyone. Well, real people anyway.
So how much is gas in Argentina?
Oh, excuse me, what?
How much is gas down in is it Argentina? Is that where you're at?
Yeah, it's actually like around. There's a difference in price. That's the funniest thing, because in your
Mhm.
country it's like $5 a gallon. Here we have it for, let's just put it like this, $1.50 a gallon.
Oh, you.
No, hold up. But their money, the exchange rate's different.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean.
Well, no, I was explaining to him that, is it? So, are you saying that I could take like $2 to your country, $2 of my dollars to your country, and get a decent amount of gas?
As a matter of
Yes,
fact, he
exactly,
is.
because
I've
a
been
liter.
to South America.
Mhm.
Listen, I've been to
I wanna
South
make sure I
America,
understood correctly.
and I've had a mere $1,000 in my pocket, and I live like a fucking king down there. You
I
have
want to go
no
to
idea.
Argentina. There's no
Mm.
weird uprisings happening right now or anything, is there?
Not yet.
Oh shit, it's about to. Oh, never mind.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
That was like in the 40s, man. 50s. No. Oh, weirdly
So-
enough, even though I don't like Madonna, she really did a good job with that, though. She actually looked very similar to Ava Perón. I mean,
When
Considering-
Madonna wants to, she's a very good actress.
yeah, I mean, she started getting shitty after a while because she ended up in a few of her husband Guy Ritchie's movies, and even he was like, "That movie was terrible." And she was like, "Don't say that." I'm like, but
I
like,
mean,
yeah,
if
she
it-
definitely did good as Ava Perón. I was surprised. I saw it in the theaters. My mom went to see it, and of course, my dad obliged, and I was like, "Screw it."
I
And
mean, a
man,
lot
I
of people
listened to
actually
I listened
understand
to that soundtrack for months.
No offense, but that Madonna song, "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina," sounds sappy to me.
It's supposed to be kind of sappy. It's not heavy metal.
It's funny because she got a lot of awards and everything, and a lot of people like, "Oh, this is great," and it's us. If they understand that, a lot of people here in Argentina will say, like to me, and I know it for a fact, that movie isn't even remembered. She isn't remembered. That song isn't even remembered. And a lot of the times they use it as a funny joke because it's so ridiculous. Because it makes no sense. A lot of people will tell to you like, it makes no sense, that song, because when Eva Perón actually came to power, it was because Domingo Perón actually died, and it was a coup, that one, because he wasn't elected. Then it happened, everything anyway. But she was like for, I think, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month. I can't remember how much it was. It was a little time before she was like changed for another one. So yeah.
Oh, but what's weird though, from what I heard, and you can confirm if it's true, since you probably know your history better than I do, obviously, is I heard that they had her like really, really well preserved, and they toured her coffin with her in it, with him and his new wife everywhere they went.
Yeah, yep.
I was like,
That's the funniest part, because here in Argentina, Domingo Perón, which was the Perón, actually the biggest one, they stole his hands. I'm not joking. They went into the coffin, they cut his hands off, and they took it. And this is a real story. I mean,
gross.
up to this day,
Yes.
they don't know who actually bought them,
I
because
remember that.
they actually cut them off, stole them,
remember
and sold
that.
them somewhere.
Oh
So, yeah.
God,
That is something
no!
wrong with folks cutting off body parts and
Well-
acting like that's nasty.
They had to rebury her several times, from what I remember the story. They hit her.
Oh God, fedorable. Oh,
I'm not.
I dare you
highlighting
look
that.
that up.
yeah, babushka, I believe, is Russian or at least Eastern European for grandmother, I believe. I'm not explaining the other one, but unfortunately, because of ads that have popped up once in a while, I'm like,
Yeah, we all know the other one. Don't
yeah.
worry.
but that's messed up. I mean, that's clever putting those words together. That is clever, but man, is that inappropriate. Woof.
I've seen worse.
Have you ever heard of the Russian? We have the boogeyman. The Russians have a thing
Baba
called
Yaga.
Baba Yaga.
Thanks
Yeah.
for
It's a
telling
witch
me. Yes,
that
I
rides
know.
a pedestal. And
Oh my
oh
God, I
my
wanted to tell
God,
Baba
man!
Yaga.
Some of the stories I've
I
read
gotta
in
do
old uh,
Love it.
I mean, if you know a little bit about the Argentinian culture, we actually have here, and I'm not joking about this. It's called like that. It's called the bad light, the la luz mala, which is a normal kind of folklore here in Argentina. That when you see in the middle of a forest a little bit of light when it's completely dark, it's probably that one. It actually is coming for your soul, and you should run the other way that you see it, because
Bro, why
it
do you
means
have to tell me something scary like that?
it's like that.
So,
And this is one
kill
of those,
yourself
because
to get away from a firefly.
Yeah,
Scary
that's
shit.
probably
no,
what
because
happened.
they say that it's a normal thing here in Argentina, that when you get lost in the woods, any kind of woods, you should always like try to not channel any kind of energy. They say like that, because the bad light was gonna come to you.
What am I not
Yeah.
supposed to do?
Yeah, if you see a light in the middle of the forest, don't go to the light. Never.
Heck no, because there ain't supposed to be no power source in
DL,
the middle of the woods.
I want to
That's
address
sissy.
DL, and I brought he knew what I was talking about. I'm a kid from Alberta in Western Canada, and we don't have fireflies here. We don't.
Mhm.
When the first time that my parents took me east, I was about, 10 years old. And when I got into areas like, we went down through Michigan and then back up into Eastern Canada. And when we were in Michigan, I saw the first fireflies I'd ever seen in my life. I was running around catching them with the jars and shit. I was so fascinated. It was unreal. I'd never seen one. And then the size of your guys' frogs and toads blew me away. Just blew me away.
They're
They're
gonna fill us out,
huge
Hugo.
compared to what happens out here.
There's people in the United States who've never seen fireflies.
I
We had a-
have.
I have.
Well, there's a lady who, at the old place I used to live, she was the assistant manager. Well, she moved from Oregon. Well, she's like, when she moved down there and she asked her boyfriend, "What's those lights flying around back there?" He goes, "Those are fireflies." She goes, "I've never seen any before."
Well, when I was a kid, I thought fireflies were fairies until my dad told me.
That's
don't
what
know
my
how-
mom told us. She said, "Oh no, those aren't fireflies. They're fairies." And then we caught a bunch of them in a jar and saw.
Oh, I was going to make a comment, but I probably should. So, if I don't think I should, that probably means I shouldn't.
That's horrible.
Okay, I'm gonna
Fred.
make a comment. When I was a kid, you know what's my first sexual attraction? The first chick that ever gave me wood? Tinkerbell.
Oh
There.
my
Ah.
lord!
Well, to be honest, I thought that the adult Simba from Lion King was pretty hot.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. At least Tinkerbell has a humanoid shape. You went
Yeah.
straight bestiality with it.
No kidding.
Either
I thought-
that or the human version of Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
You know what? Okay, that's a little better. But I was like, you know what? I know what kind of anime you watch now.
Mm,
She
Wow.
probably likes that Osaru kind of love. Mm.
I don't know what that is.
She will understand that one. You will
Does that
never
involve
understand it.
tentacles?
well, now that
No.
puts a new twist on the Lion Sleeps Tonight. Now, don't it?
Okay.
Well, I thought his main, Simba's main, really hot.
Okay, to be fair, she's probably one of those people who are attracted to personality more than anything than physical attributes.
Oh yeah, that cartoon lion had a real good personality.
I was trying to help. I got nothing for that.
Thank you, Maura.
I was trying. I think it's like sapiosexual when you're attracted to someone's intelligence. So, like,
Hmm.
maybe it's kind of like that. I mean, we can't pretend there's not guys whacking off to tentacle porn, okay? I mean, let's be honest.
No.
What? Not
No,
me.
I'm saying let's not pretend those people don't exist. So let's not fault.
No,
people
not
for-
this guy.
No,
No.
no.
Well,
Actually,
I said
don't
you
think
guys-
so.
I said
I'm
some.
going to say something. I'm going to say something right now. I'm a man who has daughters. I'm a man who has 2 granddaughters. I don't like porn. If I saw one of my children or grandchildren up on a strip stage, I'd burn that shithole to the ground and shoot everyone involved.
Oh my god,
There
that
would
seems
be-
suggestive. They didn't even know.
You'd probably go up there and pull her off.
I hate
stage.
porn. Honest to God, I hate porn.
You-
You know damn well what's going on there. That's human trafficking, and it's fucking wrong. And it's
No
time we
No,
end
not
this
okay.
bullshit.
A lot of it, a fair amount probably is, but not all. Some people voluntarily do that.
I don't know why you would.
Well, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
doing something you do anyway, you
And
might want to
honestly,
get paid for it. I
Those
assume. I don't
people
know.
are. either in desperate straits or they're losers. Like, come on, man, don't do that.
Desperate straits.
You know what else? I still, like the Romans did, I still think of actors as whores. They sell themselves,
Actually,
their bodies.
that was around the Victorian period. Actually, in Rome, they actually thought actors were fine, and they actually considered prostitution to be a very useful part of society. Victorian period, they thought actors were practically prostitutes.
They probably were. We'll never know.
I'm sure they had.
They likely were.
I'm sure they had a casting couch or a casting chaise.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, seriously, Bruce knows what's going on. Tinkerbell was hot as hell. She had that nice little, just like Fed said, nice little hourglass figure, nice long legs. Oh my God, she was hot.
Limit how long.
And I was just a young man. It was the first time I really was kind of awakening to that. Like, hey, that's why.
Technically, it depends, Moira, because if you're talking about Hook, she actually grew to normal size, so we could not. It will be completely.
Oh, okay.
I heard Tinkerbell was a whore.
Probably. Who knows?
What the?
They actually said like Tinkerbell was a groomer, actually, because she was an adult going with a kid. So yeah.
Dang!
That's right.
Yeah.
Throw the groomer thing in. Let's get it.
Though,
Why not?
he was only kind of 12 because he was 12 for like 100 years or something.
So
He's
Yeah.
he's alive for 100 years.
Technically, Peter Pan
I
was
agree
only
with
10
Moira.
or 11.
I agree with Moira. You can't be 12 for 100 years and not learn
So even though
100
he has,
years of
there's
knowledge.
people who are like,
Come on.
there are people who are like 4'11" and they're like 30. They don't mean they're actually still 10 years old. You know, so technically, if he's been alive for 100 years, however immature he may act, he is still 112 years old.
No kidding.
Yeah, I know about that, but that's the thing.
My youngest daughter is 5 foot tall, flat, and still gets carded everywhere she goes in her late 20s.
See what I'm saying? Just because you look a certain way doesn't mean you're that age.
Yeah, but you remember how he used to behave? He didn't behave like a 112 guy. He behaved like a 12-year-old.
Their age.
In this kind of world, technically, he's still a kid because he still thinks about the freedom of being a kid. He said, like, I will never grow up because I don't want to be an adult. I don't want to have responsibilities. That's the Hook kind of.
Are that way.
Yeah, I know, but he's still like 12 in his own mind.
You're trying to tell me that
Let
nobody
me tell you a quick story that my youngest daughter
and behave
told me.
however they wanted and not have to deal with adult stuff? Please.
Being a short, thin cutie in her late 20s, she's got her second child. She's walking along with her first child, who is 5 years old, and she's got the new baby in the stroller. And she's waiting for, the stoplight so she can get the signal to cross the street. And as the lights turn and a car pulls up, this old lady leaned out and looked at her and went, "You're everything that's wrong with society, you little slut."
With a baby? Really?
And she's like, "What's your problem?" And my daughter's like, "What's your problem?" And the old lady says, "You're just a child and you're having children." She's like, "I'm 29 years old. What the hell is wrong with you, lady?"
And how did she react to that?
That's what
She
her
didn't.
reaction.
She rolled up her window and drove away, afterwards. My daughter literally stood there to challenge them and
I guess
miss
it'd be too
the
much
light.
to ask for, oh, my bad, I'm sorry.
Your
Fucking
daughter ran
idiots.
over there and pulled her out of the car and whipped her ass.
No,
I mean,
my kids are actually remarkably restrained. Giving
I
the
don't know
training
how
that
trained
dad
they'd be,
gave them in
like-
self-defense and such, they have been known to do some pretty
There
violent
is an
things.
issue though, because you get in extra trouble if like children are present when a violent behavior happens. So
How about that lady that was at Subway sandwich and she was cussing that black kid out? And she was a black person. And she was calling him everything in the book.
good lord.
She would said
Well,
to
Well, what
me,
happened? I mean, what led to the situation? I've never walked
I don't
into
know
a
if it-
Subway, ordered a sandwich, and got cussed out.
I don't know exactly. They didn't show exactly how it started, but she said, the night you were conceived, your mom should have swallowed.
Oh, what the?
What?
He must have pissed her off.
Uh-huh.
Because when I go into a restaurant, I ask for food. I'm like, hey, can I get this and this? Yeah. Like, there's no cussing out that happens. So, like, I assume this is not a
Mhm.
You want to talk about restaurants? Do we want to talk about restaurants?
Oh,
When I was told,
damn.
when I had a tow
Damn.
truck, I went in one day to buy a quick burger. I hadn't had Burger King in forever. And this was my last Burger King experience, by the way. I've never been there again. I went into that goddamn store and ordered a fucking Big Mac, and everybody behind the counter is, I won't even mention it. To hell with it. I'm not going to say that. But I get my burger, I take it out to my truck, and just for fucking shits and giggles, because I'm a bit of a paranoid weirdo, I open the burger up and have a look, and there's a big, nasty, greeny spit sitting in the middle of my burger.
Oh man, no
Hey.
more Burger King for me.
I went back in there. I went
I
back
always
in
check
there
my
and
food.
lost
I take my Big
I
Macs
ended
and
up
stuff
doing,
apart.
guys, I ended up doing 18 months in provincial fucking prison for
Oh,
that.
Nice.
Because
No,
I
in prison, but
I
for you
beat
being
that
wild.
kid fucking senseless. I went over the counter and grabbed the fucking hamburger flipper and just kicked the shit out of him.
Yeah, I mean, I have the exact
Man,
same
they
problem
should
when
be a
somebody
super
spit on me.
trooper.
so.
You thought you
And
could
the
When they-
judge,
when they
I
come to
kept the
counter.
burger. I kept the burger, man. That sucker stayed in my hands right to the bitter end. I'm like, I'm fucking showing this to everyone. That fucking CUNT spit in my goddamn burger. And I'm going to prove this. And like, he assaulted me. That's what that is. It's fucking assault.
That's nasty.
I have
That's
every
some
right to
biohazard
defend
shit. That's some
myself at this
biohazard
point.
shit.
I didn't get away with it. In the end, they were like, what you did was excessive. And I ended up doing a fair bit
I
of
bet
time.
the kid never did it again, though.
Oh, bet he didn't, right?
Maura, I sent you the video, and I sent it to you, Raquel, as well, about the
Yeah,
lady
I got it. Thank you.
Where is it?
on Messenger.
Messenger.
Okay, it's not telling me I have a notification, but sometimes it's kind of shiesty that way. Yeah, okay, I see I have a notification. It just didn't bother telling me that in the tab. Okay, I gotta go see this real quick. So I just gotta see it.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
All right, I'm gonna mute your mic for a minute.
Oh, that's
Sorry, Moria. I have to mute your mic for a minute.
The look on her face.
I don't want to be in trouble with YouTube here.
It's on YouTube. That's the problem, though.
I know,
Which
but,
is-
but YouTube doesn't care about that.
Yeah, well,
Put it in the
they
private
should
chat,
put
put it in
out
private
there
chat.
then.
I want to see it too. Put it in a private chat.
Raquel will have to do it or something. I can't do it.
Yeah, I could send you it, Zoltan.
Okay.
Oh, come on. So what? I can't have this fun too? Because I
Send
don't
it to
do
him, bro.
Instagram. I don't do fucking Twitter. Some of the weird
I'll
shit you guys
send
do.
you it, nobody.
You guys are
send you it.
insane, by the way. You're using CIA and Chinese fucking spy fucking sites. Are you nuts? Are you nuts?
I have a Chinese cell phone. Who cares? They actually got all my information.
Look at that look on her face.
Like, seriously, if you're using TikTok or you're using Instagram and shit, all they're doing is collecting everything you say and everything about you. Grow up. Even
Everything.
YouTube's bad.
Everything is bad. They actually want. If you want, they can actually destroy you in 5 seconds.
More just saw
Just,
the money.
just to do it one thing and one thing only. They just show your
There
private
are a few.
incognito Google
There are a
Drive.
few
That's it.
places you can go with some privacy that I have. That it's right in their fucking company. Well, how do you put it? When a company states it's what it's going to do, like Gilded, for instance, is a free speech platform. So is Rumble. They until the governments managed to shut them down, they refuse to bend. As far as we're concerned, as long as you're not breaking the law, you can say whatever the hell you want. And that's the way it should be. It's the way it's always been until now. Like, come on, guys, wake up. They're taking away your right to free speech, your right to fucking thought.
I sent you it on Gilded Nobody. And you
Cool.
and you so can. How long is the video though?
I don't remember.
Almost 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
let me know when you're done with the video, Maura.
There was a lot of cussing. We had a guy in Kansas City at one of the McDonald's. The mayonnaise. He put his own little special sauce in the mayonnaise.
Oh my god!
Yeah. And then there was a guy who pissed in the coffee pot at work, and they caught him on video doing it. So, not at McDonald's, but another place. People are like, "This coffee tastes funny." Yeah, because it got piss in it. Okay, I think she's done. She's trying to say something.
Are you done?
Yeah, I've actually seen that video on BitChute.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I'm not going to say too much, but this, gotta admit, it bothers me. Why is there a certain select amount of people that can do whatever the hell they want and walk away from it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was some absolutely just hate speech being tiraded. I was like,
there's a lot of
she's
people
trying to get the guy to go out and fight her. I'm like, and in front of all these kids, I'm like, what is wrong with
her
you?
Kids it was her kids or grandkids or something.
Either way, like, I mean, there was like 4 or 5 kids there. I'm like,
I'm just loving the fact that she goes all the way and then she goes, "Yes, I want tomato with that. Yes, I want." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, salt and pepper and mayo.
Yeah. I'm like,
and she starts going off. I'm
she's talking real nice. Talking real nice to the one kid, and then over here she's cussing the other one out. Yeah.
I mean, what?
I know. I was like, dang.
I mean, I've seen here in Argentina even worse than that. So I'm like, this is normal. The other day, we actually see one of the cooks of a place punch a guy because they actually stole a phone from another one, and he would like go directly from cooking to punching the guy and getting the phone and giving it back to the owner. I was like, oh, and
Smooth.
Yeah, it was funny. I think that to this point it's even funnier the fact that she actually goes like into a rampage and then just goes, "Yes, I want tomato too, and I want mayonnaise." So I'm like, what?
Only reason why I knew about the video because Chrissy Mayer showed it on her show like last week, and she's like, "Do women really talk like that?" And Brittany.
I was waiting for somebody to hit her. I really was. I was waiting for
I
somebody.
was waiting for her for go to into the other way of the kitchen, just getting into a punch, like into a brawl, an entire brawl. Because
I was waiting for that. Or I was waiting for maybe somebody in the group going, "Hey, don't do this." Nobody was stopping her.
Well, Brittany said, being that she was half black, she says, "Yeah, my mom used to do that kind of stuff all the time."
Yep.
In front of me.
You guys, you gotta see 2 Native women here in northern BC getting at it at a party, and they get mad at each other and go for it.
I feel
Oh
like
my
they're
God,
a
can
lot
they
of racial
fight?
stereotypes.
I swear to God, they're worse than ninjas. They're
Ninjas?
evil.
Oh God, it's a euphemism for another N-word.
What?
And that is why I dropped out. I'm not here. Lord.
I said ninja. What the hell?
I know it was a euphemism, though.
Calm down.
And she's like,
No,
"What's
it's
that mean?"
not.
Like, oh, so you've met people who are like specially trained in martial arts and do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oof.
I mean, I've seen my brawls in my life, and one of the funniest one that I've seen in my life, it was in a channel here in Argentina, and it was between like a father of a girl and the husband. And honest, I was like, and this was on live television. They show everything, and they actually like get it to a point that they actually punch into a wall. And it's kind of weird because this is a channel live. They should actually like stop them or do something. No, they just film it and they just keep on going for like 10 minutes. And they were like, okay, and it went into everywhere because I mean everywhere. This is a known fight here in Argentina, and nobody tried to stop them. They just let him like fight, kill yourself. And this is the same. It has to come to a point that you should be like, hey, woman, sorry, but please. But you know, if you try to get in the middle, you're gonna get it too. So, yeah, especially when she's so angry.
It
But
was like foghorn.
Yeah, don't get in the middle, man. That's
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't get in the middle. That's crazy.
Trying to get between
You're
two
gonna
pit
get
bulls.
hurt.
No.
It's like pulling two cats apart. Don't do that. That's just stupid.
Just throw water on.
I say between guys, don't look the other way. Look the other way. Do not get involved in a bulldog fight.
I turn the hose on them.
Yeah.
I be like, cool down. Or just like pepper spray them. Like yeah, it's hard to hit each other. You can't see each other, huh?
Pepper spray.
I find it amazing. The older I get, the older I've gotten, the more I find that people are more prone to physical violence. In a blink of an
Not
eye,
me.
a fight breaks out nowadays.
That's because you're young. But
It's
honestly, I think part of it
crazy.
is one, we
Like
wanna
someone
prove a
says
point
something
and
wrong to
fight.
someone, and that's it. It's on.
I think partially it's to prove to ourselves we still got it in us, and also because we get to a point where like, man, fuck society expectations. Let's fucking do this. You're kind of just like no fucks given. It's like let's do it.
Yeah, whatever you just said.
Right. And I'm seeing this. I got to admit, I'm kind of proud of it because I'm finally starting to see some
Fred
goddamn
says,
guts in
I
people.
see women start fighting.
Yeah,
I start saying this.
people need to start standing up. I mean, God dang, quit being a bunch of damn sheep.
All right.
I know it's kind of sexist, but in my country, it will be like I see women fighting, they start throwing money at it. So yeah.
I want to party with you.
Right?
I mean,
Wait, you got 50 cents from a guy?
$50.
I got 50 from the guy.
I thought. I'm sorry, $50.
It's not in the right place. That's where the cent sign is supposed to be. The dollar sign is supposed to be on the other side, so I can understand the
Oh,
confusion.
that's what we got me confused. Oops.
No, it's okay. He is in the wrong spot.
Still,
So. No
Guys,
offense.
Zolzatan, I have been in South America in several of your countries while I was in the military. I'm not particularly proud of the things I did at the time.
The
But
donkey show.
parties that you guys have, the street parties and everything.
Oh yeah.
God.
I mean, there's
have a
one.
good time. Really good.
I have to tell you one of the stories because it's funny because it's for my neighbor. He's actually married last weekend. This doesn't. I mean, yeah, this doesn't come out like I'm gonna say this, and I'm not gonna say the entire story completely, but just to mention this, and this is the funniest part. One of his friends was coming to his party, and he came with with the hand in his hands. He came with a girl, and he was married. And he said, like, get the fuck out. I don't want any trouble here. And he said, like, no, there's not trouble. We're just like, yeah, but your wife isn't here. He said, like, Oh, and he just tried like he went for 5 seconds. He tried to run away because what is gonna happen, and it happened. So yeah, the entire block here actually hear the screams, the cursing, and everything, and up to this day is still known as the big debacle. Who are you for, like? Who is the one in the wrong? And because when the second, that's the funniest part, the second lady on this relationship didn't know that he was married. She just found out. So instead of going like I don't want to have any trouble, I was in the wrong. No, no, no. She went to the face of the wife and she wanted to kill her because she loved her more than his own wife. So yeah, it was funny because you could see that the actual one that should be attacking was the wife to the second woman. No, the second woman attacked the wife first and decided that she was better than her. So yeah, that was one of those moments that we actually.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if a dude didn't tell me he was married.
That's
That situation happened. I'd be going after dude. I'd be chasing his ass.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
It was like,
right?
why?
If you guys two-timing
Yeah,
or
like,
you
come on, girls, go get the stupid ass that played you both.
Yeah, but
Knock
that's
his
the funniest
ass
part.
out.
right, nobody's right.
And like I said, it was one of those kind of debacles that you're like, they're. I don't know if they were stupid or just like
Yeah, they're
but
stupid.
yeah, that's the funniest part. That it was like my friend said, like, and this is word for word what he said. It was the greatest night of my life. He said, like, I had a laugh like I never had in my life before. They were fighting for this guy. He was a moron, and when he actually like after 2 or 3 years he actually found him again and he was actually married to the second woman. So yeah, things that happen here in Argentina. I'm not joking.
That
Sound like
guy's
some
little,
Jerry Springer shit.
that guy's
Yep.
little scum.
And the
We
funniest
have-
part is like if you know this guy, you're actually like, yeah, he's a moron.
Definitely.
And that's it.
So, do you have any shows like Jerry Springer down there?
Oh,
your
we
TV?
actually had a lot. There was one called Lía Salgado in the Mentiras Verdaderas, también, which is True Lies. I'm not joking. They stole the name of the movie. And we also had Gente Buscando Gente, which will mean people looking for people. That was a great show because it was more like they were trying to find people that we haven't seen like back in the 90s. They haven't seen for like 20 to 30 years because they lost contact and the name was too difficult to search for. And they actually got like a lot of journalists looking for the names and everything to find the story if they could find a lost relative or a lost brother or something like that. It was a great show. That was a good show because it was real. That was not like fake. Lía Salgado was fake. Moria Kazan also too is another actress that actually had one of those shows. And this is the funniest part. In the Lía Salgado show, one of my friends from high school actually got like let's just call it like a acting part because he used to play like the guy that loved metal music and had a problem with drugs. And he was like 15 when he did this part. And the funniest part is like he had really long hair, so the kind of character they needed to portray actually fitted perfectly for him, because he was looking like a middle hell that actually had problems with drugs and with alcohol and everything, and his mother wanted like him to stop. And we found that show, and it was funny as hell because we know him. He hates metals. He loves like cumbia and all those kind of music, and he never was like that kind of a metalhead. He was just like a normal guy. But when you see him acting, he's like, God damn it, why do you do this? They say like, they pay me like $100. I was like, yeah, sure, let's go. And he got like I'm not joking. They will go like into. Back in the 90s, they were going to schools or something like that and look for the guy that they needed to for a part. They say like, we want to be in a TV show because we need this and this character, and they would get like people from random from the street. I'm not joking, because they needed new people, because if they actually get like an actor or something like that, it will be seen like a fake show. And my friend actually said like, they asked me if I wanted to be there. It was like $100. It was a lot of money. I could get a back in the night.
$100 is $100.
Yeah, I mean, and he was like for 2 hours. It was a 2 hours kind of thing. They actually like put makeup on him. They tell him his story, everything, and it was like a segment of 10 or 15 minutes in the show. But it was, as we see in the entire show, we actually had a big laugh. because they were like, no, this is ridiculous. How can you say? Because they said to him like he needed to say like, no, I love to take drugs because weed is the best. Weed, and it was like that, you know. And here they were so like, oh, weed, oh, and a lot of people were like, have you never known a drug addict? That is the weakest, like, uh, but
Hey guys. Oh,
sorry.
sorry, Sultan. I just looked on Gilbit. Bush is okay, but I guess there was a car accident.
Oh, what?
What?
Yeah.
On
Said
Gilbert?
heard the
Oh.
crash. Clear for inside. Ambulance and fire trucks showed up. Someone didn't survive this one.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, what the?
Oh hell.
Oh, I'm glad you're okay, Bush, but
Man,
prayers
what
for
a
the
person.
to the person who got a car crash.
That's so sad.
He was part of the car crash, or he just like witnessed it?
No, you heard it from the inside. You heard the
Oh.
He
crash.
was at work, I'm
that's.
assuming. Yeah.
I was just I was just like I thought for a moment that he was in the crash, and I was like, oh,
I wasn't sure either because you said
Yeah.
he,
No,
he
Bush
led
is
with
fine.
he was okay.
Okay,
so
okay.
I assumed he was in it.
yeah, no,
Right.
it can happen. You know, it's a shame because as I will always say the same because Ronnie Williams was right. The worst song that you can actually hear a tire screeching because it's like that.
Mhm.
You know.
Tire screeching and then the weird sound that comes
Yeah.
after it.
I heard, for example, here in my own block, we actually hear one of those, and the guy, thankfully, he had a nice car because we know for a fact that it was about more like a Ford Ranger. It was a big kind of truck. So he went like into the light post here in the middle of in the corner of the street, and he just like got a little bit of a bruise and a broken arm. That's it, thankfully, because he had the seat belt. If not. He was completely drunk that day. It was a disaster.
Here's a piece of advice from a man that has raced cars. I've raced rally, I've raced stock cars, I've raced drag cars. And I'll give you a strong, and I'm old, I'll give you a strong piece of advice. Drive slowly, drive carefully. Put eyes in the back of your head. Don't get involved in the stupid song on the stereo. Put your
Don't look at your
mind on what
phone.
you're fucking doing. Yep. It saved your
Yeah,
life.
the music needs to be like like my father always say, and he's a mechanic. He has been driving for 43 years. He knows what he's talking about too. He said to me one day, music needs to be like ambiential as much, and you don't have to put a lot into the music. Just drive. And he was
When
right.
you're-
You only
yeah.
need to drive. This is the more. He said one day, this is a weapon right now. Your security and security of others is in your hands. Drive carefully. And he was right.
That's true. When you're driving, that's supposed to be your main priority.
Mm-hmm.
No messing with your phone. No.
Unless it's the GPS.
Try not to mess with it.
Okay, if you have to use the GPS, do it before taking out. Like put the
Yeah.
entire thing that you need and then take out. My father always do the same. So if he needs to like any kind of direction, he'll be like, hey, "Can you put it, please?" And he will give me or somebody that's
Because
there.
some cars don't have actual GPS installed because
That's what- yeah.
they actually use their phone for the GPS.
We actually have a GPS, like
That's
a
what
portable
I use.
GPS.
Well, I say some cars.
Yeah,
Some cars.
I think I have never seen a GPS integrated car here in Argentina. I still need to see one.
I have an old GPS, but I haven't used it in years because I use my phone.
My phone is actually awful for this because it actually has all the streets and everything in Argentina, but it doesn't tell you,
Mhm.
like, for example, one of the biggest thing that you have in the old GPS, and it says your own like speed record, like it like takes your own speed and it says to you, um, maximum velocity 50 miles or something like that, you know. And before
Hey,
you
guys.
before you go into
I
that
bought a-
speed,
I bought a
Sorry.
Garmin GPS like 20 years ago. The damn thing still functions. It still takes updates and it still works. Just saying.
Yeah, mine's probably about that old too, but it's hasn't been plugged in. I can't even tell you the last time it was plugged in. I didn't mean to kill the
What?
conversation.
We had drunk driving crash last Saturday. Drunk guy in a truck hit 2 drunk young adults on an ATV. Oh my gosh.
I don't know what is ATV.
All-terrain vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all-terrain vehicle. It means a quad. On a bit of levity, there was once. You guys know who George Carlin is, so
Oh yeah.
he had a skit that he did the news, and part of the news was there was a freak accident on I-91 today when 3 freaks in a hippie van hit 3 freaks in a Volkswagen, and they're all dead.
I mean, the biggest one that actually like changed my life, it was I witnessed a death of a woman. Actually, this is the thing. I always tell the story because it's like my reaction was like, I couldn't react. My bro, we were like with a friend, my brother and myself, and we were waiting for the bus. 1 second we were seeing like a woman right in front of us, and we like start talking, I think, and we see the woman actually like faint, and the bus wheel actually goes. I'm not gonna be completely like in detail, but you kind of understand what happened with the bus and the woman.
Mhm.
And my reaction to it was like, like it was a second, and the next second she wasn't there, and the bus actually stopped and everything. You kind of understand what happened, and
Yeah.
my friend actually like threw up, and my brother went like completely white, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like. What can you do? We like turn
I
around for
saw
a
a
second,
similar
see her.
thing. When I was a kid in the 80s, a flat-faced old GMC bus was coming into the station, and this old guy wearing a nice suit and nice shoes and a cane walked right out in front of the bus and got pounded right out of his shoes.
Wow.
And when we watched it, my brother and I, all we saw was the shoes still there, and we started laughing like lunatics. And this old lady gave us shit for it. Well, like, come on, we were in shock. Like,
Yeah, that's
this
different
was
reaction for everyone. My friend actually always go like, "Oh no, nothing's gonna happen when I see something like that." And he once saw some guys actually lose some fingers in his own work. He works in a factory of metal and everything like that. And he said like, "I went completely wild, I almost passed out." I was like, "Yeah, because that was your reaction. You had never seen that kind of accident happen until you see it happen, and then you react to different ways." It depends on the person, and he was always like, "Nah, that's a weak shit. It's never gonna happen to me," and it happened.
Uh-huh.
It's like you can never know how you're gonna react. My reaction was like, I didn't see I didn't see the woman die. I saw like it was a faint for a second. She didn't even feel anything probably, and it was like she was done. That was it, and it was like how feeble is the life, of person. Because she was probably like feeling a little bit faint, like any guy can feel like I don't feel so well, and you're faint, and it's like that. Somebody takes you, like helps you, but it happened so quickly that we couldn't do anything at all. It was like, oh, and
It's just like the situations, it's bad. But
yeah,
you're laughing. That you're laughing because
It's a nervous laughter. Yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes
because you're
it happens.
nervous. You're
It's like
nervous.
I'm gonna say
But you
always
feel
the
like
same.
shit after that.
Yeah, it's like when you see somebody like falling in something, and you're like the first reaction sometimes is laughter. If you see like, because it's your first reaction, you can never know. Some people go like ooh, some people like go like some people start laughing. You can never know your first reaction. Your first reaction is truthful. It's what you actually like in your mind. You think something, you see, then you realize there is something bad, and you go like, or you help anything. But your first reaction is what your body perhaps. And for example, in my case, one of the worst things that happens to me is like when I have to throw up. I'm not joking. It's like 6 hours of agony. I have a lot of problems. I cannot walk. I cannot do anything because my body needs to expel what is giving me trouble. But if I see somebody throwing up, I start laughing like a maniac. I'm not joking. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because it's so painful to me that it's actually seeing somebody else like throw up so easily. I'm like, it's funny. Especially when you see those kind of people that that are like throwing up because they're drunk as hell. And I'm start laughing. I don't know why. but it's to me it's something so painful that it's like my first reaction is laughing, and I don't know. Yeah, it's different for everyone. People actually see this kind of thing. I'm like, ugh. I'm like, I start laughing my ass off. I don't know why, but it's like how I work. Uh, Death comes for us all. May you dream one last dream and go peacefully. Somebody go like everything else screaming. Yeah, I mean my own grandmother actually. She this is I'm gonna tell you this story because I love this story. She was always the same. She was an Italian grandma. We will call her Nonna because it was like that. And she was like 75 already. She used to like wake up at 2 a.m. and start making French fries. Why? Because she was hungry. She wanted to eat whatever she wanted to eat. She had the money. She didn't care. She would eat like a big watermelon. She would eat a cake anytime, anything because she loved to eat. She loved to cook. And she went to a doctor. The doctor actually saw like her feet had a little bit of a problem. She cured her, and he cured her, and he said like you should watch your weight. You should watch, because you're too overweight, and you should. And she said like, I'm 65. I don't care if I have to die because of this. I will die. I don't care. I'm not gonna start doing dieting in my 75 and I'm retired and I just want to eat. If I want to eat, I will eat. If I want to sleep, I will sleep. If I want to watch a show, I'll watch it. I don't care living anymore. She my uncle
Dude,
went one day.
I like
And-
your grandma because I have the same attitude at 56 years old. I don't give a shit anymore.
And
You
that's
don't
a
frighten
reality
me.
sometimes.
I'll do what I want.
And that's what I mean. My uncle went one day to actually have a lunch with her. They actually like pasta. They had a nice chat. They talk about everything, and she just say like, "We'll go and sleep a little bit because I'm kind of tired, and we will see tomorrow because we need to actually go." I don't know if they wanted to go some place or somewhere, and she just went to sleep and she died in her sleep. That's it. And when the doctors actually came, they said like she was smiling. They said like, no, she went peacefully like
She
that.
died happy.
Yep. And a lot of doctors actually told her like, this is gonna happen, this and that or what. And she said like, no, I don't care. If I have to die like this, I'll die like this. I don't care. And she went to sleeping, and the
Yeah.
doctor actually like said like she
Fed
went
says
sleeping.
death comes for all. May you dream one last dream. Blah blah blah.
Mhm.
I want to go peacefully in my sleep like my great grandfather did, unlike the
Same here.
passengers in his car.
Okay.
Classic. Classic. But I mean, that's the best part that you can have in your life if you can go like that, And the funniest part was to me because I will always say the funniest part is like all the doctors will tell her like you should watch your weight, you should do this, you should do that. He said like I don't want to do that anymore. I'm done. I see my own grandchildren. I have my own. I have my own family. I had my own life. I don't care anymore. That's it. And my mother always say the same because it's been like 10 years almost already. She will always say the same.
See,
like,
no, seriously, dude. I'm down to out of 5 of us kids, I'm down to 1 living brother, and we don't like each other.
Oh.
I have very few relatives left alive. Very, very fucking few. And I just don't give a shit no more. I don't. I'm past that. It's over. Like, I mean, I literally held one of my relatives' heads in my hands as they passed away. I know all about death. I know everything there is to know about it. I've seen people split open and blown to pieces all over Africa, all over Southern Europe, all over Central America and South America. Yeah, man. You ain't frightening me no more. I don't care.
What? Okay, I have to ask, which part of South America?
I've
Venezuela?
been in Chile, Venezuela. I actually helped install that mess that you call a government in Venezuela.
Yeah, I kind of understand it because it's like that. Federal is a bastard.
Yeah, it's one of those things, bro. I regret it. I finally woke up and realized what I was
Hey,
doing.
Carol.
The
Carol.
whole thing was promotion of worldwide, and I do mean worldwide, communism. They want a one
Yeah, I know.
world government.
Mm-hmm.
I was in one of those units that's what we were carrying out, is doing this work. Just saying.
They're not going to stop until
think
there's
it-
one
you think
world
it's fake.
government.
You're insane. They're really
Mm.
doing this to
Yes,
you.
they
They're
are.
going to destroy your countries, and they're doing it. They're going to starve you. They're going to destroy your economy, and then they're going to bring in this big solution, this one world government, and everything's going to be better, where all of the politicians you hate get everything. They get everything, and you will own nothing and be happy.
Hi, Carol. And by the way, I know about that. That's the thing. I know for a fact that it's funny because a lot of people will tell me like, no, nothing. Yeah, it's gonna happen. But I just have one like I have to see one thing only, because here in Argentina, a lot of people are getting paid right now because that's how it works here in Argentina. They just
Mhm.
start pounding their. That's the protest around nowadays. They want more money. They don't care if they have to give it to them or anyway. If they take off that money from them, that's what I want to see what happens. Because the last time they actually tried to do something like that, they actually got 400 police officers against 3,000 people that actually were throwing stones. You can find this video in TN or whichever news that you can find here in Argentina. I'm not joking. It lasted for 2 or 3 hours. It was a disaster. They actually got a lot of people like you know how it is until they got the guns. Once they got the guns, they started like a big battle, and it went like for I think 10 or 15 more minutes, and then it stopped. Why? Because the big ones, as they call here, the gordos, which it would mean like the fat ones, didn't want this kind of clash. They just wanted like a little bit of a clash because they were only using stones. And I'm not joking. It was a disaster. You can look for the entire thing. It was like I think 4 or 5 years ago. And and this is the biggest funniest part. They never took their own guns. The ones that are actually throwing the stones. So that's what I want to see if it happens. What's gonna happen that day? Because they can take all the policemen that they have, and I know there is a lot of our people here that is not completely legal anyway. And this is a known fact
You
because they
guys, by
actually
the
told
way,
it in the middle of the news.
I'm going to throw this out there because he can back me up on this. The Argentine military, you should check out their uniforms. They're pretty cool. Wait till you see their helmets and their nice uniforms and the way they march. It's going to look remarkably familiar.
Yeah, I know.
Is there a little
The
bit
funniest-
of goose stepping?
Yeah. I mean, the only problem is that the military isn't
And
as big
dude,
as it
they're
was
wearing
before.
German World War II helmets to this very day.
Yep.
Mm,
But the thing is that the military isn't as big as you think nowadays. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of actual. I prefer to not go to that place. You know what I mean. But yeah, I want to see what I'm gonna die anyway. I know for a fact I'm just a lonely kind of moron guy. I know for a fact that if everyone is gonna like getting killed, I'm gonna be the first. Same with an apocalypse zombie. You know, if they start like a new zombie kind of, I'm gonna be one of those that actually gets bitten in the first 10 minutes. I know it. But I just want to see what happens only for those 10 minutes. And I'm not joking about this because you can actually see it in the news if you find the video. I can find the video and show it to you because it's incredible. It lasted for 3 hours, and they were actually like breaking. I'm not joking. They were with hammers and they were actually like breaking the streets just to get more stones to actually throw. They went to the Malvinas heroes, you know, the Falklands heroes, sorry, cemetery, and they started like taking the crosses and throwing the crosses out. I'm not joking about this. They didn't care anymore. They just wanted to destroy everything if they could. And it was a disaster that day. And the funniest part, it was like they spent, and you know how it is in America, it's probably the same. They will say to you, like, they make like 30 millions in this destroying the properties of the streets and everything like that. And you're like, yeah, that's kind of like give or take $100,000 to repair all that, but they're going to use it just to launder some more money because we know it. and they tell you like, oh, 30, 300, $400 is spent in repairing all the disaster that made this protest back in the, and you're like, yeah, that costed like at most $300,000 to repair, and they just put it all into all their money. It's always it happens here. For example, the school in my hometown, they got painted. I'm not joking about this. It is a big school. I'm not gonna tell you it isn't a big school. It's almost like a quarter of a block. But they spent 10 million pesos, which will be around like $60,000 just to paint the school. A school that it has, give or take, in money and paint and everything, will be like 10,000. How do you spend so much? Uh, they actually use it like,
Oh, that happens. Look, dude, that happens in North America too. You don't understand. If you start looking deep into things, this was exposed years ago. The military is spending like, I'm dead serious, $5,000 on a toilet seat. I'm not shitting you. It's true. So, and all the militaries are doing this. It's one big fucking shit show with a bunch of kickbacks and a bunch of assholes in power making money, usually politicians, of course. Like, come on, guys, grow up. They're just stealing from you. What they do is they take all your tax money and they say, we're going to give it to this nation because they need our help. And then it all gets kicked back into their kids and their husbands and their wives. And you're not doing anything about it. You just let it happen. This is what blows me away. You let these bastards steal from you on a regular basis. And you let them destroy your rights. They just take away everything. Your freedom of speech in your country, your Second Amendment is under attack. Are you serious? Come on.
I mean, I have to I have to tell to Bush McFadden, because he said like $60,000 to paint my homes, my high school sounds really cheap, honestly. Yeah, but this is the thing that you don't understand. Here in Argentina, like you can get the entire paint for the entire school. It will be around $5,000, and the if you have to pay people, it will be like 5,000 more. And if you have to pay like the structure and everything, it will be like at most 10,000 more. 20,000, you're done. That's it. That's the money you actually have to pay to make these repairs. But they actually say like, no, you need this and you need that and you need this and you need that, and all of those things they actually add into it are never used, and they never actually bought it anyway. One example for it. One example I'm gonna give to you. I used to work in a let's just call it a newspaper kind of place. They sell newspaper collection, everything. And my ex father-in-law, he used to like work in the same block as the Ministry of Work here in Argentina, and that street actually got broken and repaired 25th time in 1 year. So what they did, the actual like they will break it, repair it, break it, repair it, just to you know how it is, launder money for the government. So yeah, and this is a known fact here, and it's funny because there's a lot of memes done around that. Because there's the brother of the guy that is actually in Argentina as I don't know how to say it. Let's just say this is a brother part of the construction that they actually do this kind of repair. So yeah, we live. That's it. I mean, I know this shouldn't be like a political kind of stream, and I don't want to bother you anymore, Raquel. So I'm just gonna stop because these are the thing that I always say. It's funny because there's a lot of memes around this. I'm not joking. There's a lot of memes because a lot of the people know, understand, and see this for real.
Sorry, I'm watching a video. This little clip. Sorry, it's hilarious.
No, that's a problem. On the side, I'm too honest, but yeah. Sound like Giddy Prime Bread. Giddy, no one knows it has something touching the poor manches, basically to play with course. What did they do? Yeah.
I want to show this clip, but I don't know if it's a Twitter clip, but I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for it.
It depends. Does it show any kind of nudity or violence?
No, it's just funny.
And then show it. Does it have any music? Like copyright music?
Let me check here for a second.
Okay, so everyone is muted. I'm just gonna take the stream. Hello, good night, New York. I'm just gonna say this because I have never been to New York. Is it any good?
Yeah, it's good.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
One
I
time
mean,
I've been to New York, but
It's a
absolute
shit
shit
show.
show. I would never
I
go
meant the
again.
clip. I meant the clip, not that.
I know. I mean the city, New York. No, I don't
And
know.
it's really gone to hell since Rudy Giuliani left.
Oh,
Shit,
little
yeah,
sure.
man. I mean, oh my god, don't go there. Are you insane?
This one, yes.
That's the last rubber band I had.
Yeah. This is a classic anyway. I just saw the first one. I said, oh.
Have you seen the one where the older guy builds the firework and he goes to light it and it blows up in his face? It's pretty cool.
Oh,
I haven't seen that one.
I want. Let's find that one.
Yeah, find that one. Show it.
I don't know where I could look. for
Firework
that one.
blows up in the old guy's face. It'll get you hit. You'll find it.
Oh, Fed. He's Sultan's from Argentina.
Yeah, I have no idea what kind of accent I have, honestly. I'll be like, have you ever seen the Dexter's Lab episode of the "I hate kids with weird accents"? I'll be the first one to get punched. I have no idea what accent I have. I watched New York City go from a disgusting cesspool to proper city under Giuliani to watch it turn over decade on Democrats. Yeah. I always say the same. It's if a lot of people will tell to me like, if we go to Argentina, should we go to Capital Federal? Is the same as New York there. And I will be like, yeah, if you want to go in the morning, it's great. If you want to go in the night, no, no, you're gonna get robbed in 5 seconds if they decide you're just an easy prey. That's why I always say the same, and it is funnier even more around. If you have to rent a place, never look for Capital Federal to rent like an hotel or something like that. Just look for people that are actually renting like in little towns around Buenos Aires, if you want, because those people actually care about normal people and they don't want overcharge you, and they will try to treat you as best as they can. This is from a person that actually took a lot of travel around here in Argentina. One of the places I actually rented was in Belgrano, which is a little town in Buenos Aires. And it had great people. They actually didn't have any kind of internet. I'm not joking. We used to use the 3G, the normal phone connection. And it was a disaster because it never worked. But those were three great weekends to actually go to holidays. Because we fish, we cook, we eat. We actually even got to a carnival here there. We only spent like 30 minutes into the carnival because it was too late. We have been fishing for all day, like swimming and doing things, so we were like kind of burned out. But yeah, a lot of those kind of little cities, they just treat you like. A lot of people tell me like, "Oh, this is gonna be like cabin in the woods," No, they're just easy people. They don't care. They just like. But if you go to Capital Federal, it's like going to New York and. It's like the city that never sleeps. It's not something like the city that never sleeps. The city that never stops destroying everything. That's a reality. So sorry. Once again, can you find the video? Nobody, or not?
I think he's trying to find it. If it's like if it's not a YouTube vid, I can't show
it.
Carol Cookie says, "You just making up names. We are too lazy to
Hey, almost tactical. It's been a minute. How are you doing?
Hey, tactical.
Go see New York. Yes, absolutely. Once. Then never go back. Certainly do not put any money into its economy.
I just saw that one of Carl.
Never been to Argentina.
It's a nice place if you like eat. If you like to eat, that's the only thing that I will
I
say.
do love food.
I mean, here, if you got like, I'm not joking about this. If you have like $30, you're gonna eat like a king. Any kind of any kind of thing that you want.
Yeah. The one thing I've learned about South America is the food is great. It really is. It's fucking great.
I want to go to one of the steakhouses down there.
Oh no! If you have come here, never go to a steakhouse. Go directly to. There's a lot of places that I always say, but one of the greatest one here in Argentina is in Buenos Aires. You can go to Tucumán or in Santa Fe. Sorry, Santa Fe, no, Rosario, which are three provinces. But the biggest one here in Buenos Aires is El Amanecer. I always say the same. It is not in Capital Federal, which is the century kind of town. It's on another place, and it's going to Berazategui, which is another town, and yes, another city. Uh, it's a place that is in the middle of a high. It's like a highway, and it's called the best place to actually like. We have a saying here: if there's a truck stop, it's probably great food. I'm not joking because a lot of people will eat there, and this is kind of a truck stop for a lot of people that go from one town to another. From Berazategui, Avellaneda, another place. No, Berazategui, Platanos. I can't remember the names. There are like 5 or 6 names of little cities that are dispersed between this place. That always like you get that highway and you stop there to eat. And I'm not joking about this. For like $15, you can have an entire barbecue for two, if not more.
Nice.
Yummo.
Yes, and you actually have it includes if you want to drink something, there's not so expensive. And after all that if you want, if you eat there, they include the dessert for only 10 cents. For only 10 cents, you can have a flan, budín de pan, which is kind of like a thing here, or ice cream. Those are the 3 things they actually add to you if you want to eat something like that. They have big ones, like if you want like a real dessert, like a big one, they actually have a lot of big ones. But those are like included with if you want to eat something and you want to include it, and they just charge you like that. Even less, I think, because it's last time that I went, it was like 150 pesos, which it will be around 50 cents, or I think it will be around give or take 50 cents, perhaps a little bit less if you want to buy like a dessert for one. Yes, there's the barbecue they actually show to you is like I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a little grill, a little one that actually sell to you. It's called carbonara here. I don't know. Let me see if there's a word for that in English. It is like a little grill that they give to you, and they put all kinds of meats in there. There's black pudding, chorizo, mocheja. I don't know how it's called. All kinds of cuts of. That's the biggest problem that I have.
Speaking of which, sorry, Sultan. Speaking of which, Fed, I find it hard to believe that all that cattle died from the intense heat.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
those
sweet
cattle
face meat.
were,
Yes, that too.
That's all there is too.
I haven't seen
You
what
guys
they're
are in
talking
for a
about.
rough ride, and your government is doing it to you.
They're talking about the heat, humidity, kill at least 2,000 gallons. What? No, I can understand that it could, like, for example, if there's a flood, they could lose a lot of cattle, but
Did you see
no.
the video sent to Raquel?
Oh,
It's pretty cool.
it's on Nobody's Gilded. Deranged. I saw it. And also saw it
Yeah,
on Twitter
seriously.
too.
If you think that this is some kind of joke coincidence, this is
Nope.
fucking retarded. We're talking. I am a cattleman. I grew up on a farm. Okay, those are Angus cows. Angus are the toughest, smartest cattle on the planet. I do not believe any part of this. I
How
don't.
many cattle supposed
This
to
is
have died?
bullshit.
It says
Upwards of
3,000
10,000.
cattle.
Yeah, no, this is. I know for a fact that I live in
Oh, it's just
Argentina.
10,000 too.
We had a heats of over 40 degrees with humidity of 85%, and they didn't kill any kind of cattle to this point. No, it
Of
hasn't
course
happened.
not. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Uh,
Utterly ridiculous.
Pun.
You're in trouble, America. It's you can't let that bozo regime keep doing what they're doing. We're in the same shoes here in Canada.
Yeah, we
I'm
know.
sorry, but it's time.
Want to go to Scotland and visit some old family's property in one castle with Hannah covering two stones. Oh, nice.
We're talking about cows.
Yeah, cattle.
Cattle. Yeah.
The mumu.
Moo. Moira, where have you go? Moira, come back.
You hear mumu and you go directly to Mora, huh?
No.
You know how it is. I'm not the one that actually said that. She said that.
Meow meow.
It's not a gas attack, Boosh. What it is it's a direct energy weapon. They've had them since the 90s, and y'all just been too busy with pop culture and a bunch of bullshit to realize what they've been doing.
All right. No, I'm not, Boosh. Shut up.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Bush, you sexy motherfucker.
Right? No, the thing with the cows, what theoretically happened was someone told me they can't eat clovers. It'll mess them up. So it's quite possible they were just dropped in the field at night and the cows ate them and they were found dead the next day.
That's bullshit on the highest order because, again, I have planted clover and alfalfa and fescue to feed my cows. Clover is a main bulk food for cattle. Period.
Well, they ate something contaminated, something that didn't agree with their stomach or something, and was done on purpose because you don't.
No, I believe they might have contaminated them. Yes,
that's what he means. Yeah, I mean, I've seen cows eat here in Argentina. They don't care. It's like, yeah, let her eat. It's like, but some people that actually like take care of the cattle for for the slaughterhouse and everything, they try to give a little bit more of different things around it. But clover for real? You're like,
a couple of people have told me, but either way, though, yeah, I think something was like airdropped into that field for them to eat. For that many to die overnight. Like, even if it was disease, they'd be in various stages of dying. Like, they wouldn't all drop dead at the same time.
Direct energy weapon done from up high. They just cooked them all. Goodbye. That's it. I've seen them do it. Seen them do it to human beings. Like, come on, guys, wake up.
They'll eat cactus, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe it was. It could be like a new movement to actually show the aliens, and the aliens decided that, yeah, we need less humans to eat. No, we don't want more humans. No, with 1 billion, we're enough. That send us more humans. Honest to God, I always think, I don't know if you ever seen the Madagascar 2 scene of Julian going to like, we want just one sacrifice, something like that. Each time that I think about the politician, it's like, I don't care about your country. I'm going to destroy it anyway because it's your sacrifice. And that's a reality nowadays. It's like they don't care about the people that are actually living here. They just want their money and their power and everything around it. It's a shame because I remember still seeing that one day they were actually showing like a party. I'm not talking about this. They were in the middle of the pandemic. They were closing everything around it. They were and the wife of the president actually had their own private party with 2,000 invited, and everything around it was like And you know what happened after all that? And actually, they show imagery and footage and everything. Uh, they just put a fine of $20,000. That's it. That's what she had to pay for doing that. So yeah, can you find the
Yeah,
video? Nobody.
Dio, you found the video?
Yeah, he said he found it.
Okay. Hey, Mother Harden returns. Is this a YouTube
it is
video?
horrifying. I'm
Yeah, it is
sorry,
a
but
YouTube
I
video.
never thought that I would never, never in my lifetime as a younger man think that I would live through the days that we're going through right now. The sad part is that all my doom and gloom religious forefathers told me all of this was going to happen. And here we are. Like,
Yep.
seriously, they weren't wrong. It's actually happening. Just saying. I mean, come on, guys, look around you. This is unbelievable. The degeneracy and the sin that's going on is absolutely unreal. Unreal. Think about
Yep. Sorry, I'm just thinking about uh, the moment that I actually explained this to my parents when it was gonna begin the pandemic and everything like that. They call me crazy and a moron and everything around the blog, and I was like, "It's gonna happen, and we're not gonna be able to stop it because nobody cares." And when it happened, it was like, it's gonna happen anyway. And then they took with I don't know your country or your state or whatever. In our country, it was like 1 year and a half, almost 2 years of going with the flow. You know how it is. Like if we didn't go to parties, we didn't switch up. And a lot of people did. I didn't care anyway. I was doing anything normally. But the biggest problem that we actually had, it was like hospitals who were closed and everything. And I still remember that when people started like this is, I'm not joking about this, they tried to, like, after they started like taking every kind of regulation and everything around that, and they're still pushing, the let's just call the cover on the face. I can't remember the name it's called in English. The cloth face, whatever you want to call the diaper in the face, I don't care. They still ask you if you take like a public transportation to use it. And the other day we were like with my brother in the bus, and one woman actually told to my brother, "Could you put could you put the how damn it? How can I have forgot that name? I heard it for almost 1 year, and I cannot remember the name of uh his car. What surgical mask, right, or mask? I thought that it had a different name. Anyway, they asked him to mask himself, and he said, "Oh, sorry," and he was like put in the mask. I was like, "Why? Why did you do that?" And he was like, "Because she asked." Because I said, "Man, I was 3 weeks without leaving my home. I used to use the mask, and I put alcohol into everything. I still got it. Well, how do you explain that?" And he was like, "Oh, probably you had bad luck." And I was like, "No, it's something that if you think for 5 seconds, you're gonna understand that it was aerobic from the first beginning of the pandemic and everything, and then just try to push it like it's anaerobic, it is from contact and everything." I'm like, no, you're probably gonna be in the middle of the room like talking. Somebody's gonna have it, and they're gonna put it to you, and it's like that. It's like it's like the flu. You're gonna get it eventually. So, man, so the moment that I got it, I stopped like taking care about everything. I just don't care anymore. And I'm probably gonna get it again. I'm gonna die, and so meh, or something like that. I don't know. Sorry for doom and gloom again. If you want, I can talk about food of Argentina, which is great. We have milanesas, empanadas. We have a lot of things.
Nice.
Uh,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, one of the biggest one that we have here that the other day I just realized, and a lot of people didn't know about this. We have a kind of sauce here called chimichurri, which is
Mm.
a kind of a spicy sauce that we use in a lot of meats, especially when we make barbecue. You know, and a lot of people actually were telling me like, I know the recipe, and they just showed me a recipe, and I was like, no, it doesn't use paprika. And the recipe that of the place that actually showed it says Argentinian all the way was called the site, and I was like, no, that is not Argentinian. We don't use paprika for the preparation of chimichurri. It doesn't use it at all. That is some kind of we call it here cheto, which will be like your high life kind of your elite that actually use paprika because you cannot find paprika so easily. It's expensive. So you never will use it in this kind of spicy because it doesn't work anyway because it has another flavor anyway. Um,
Well,
and
I
as
have a
I was in,
similar story about Chinese food.
yeah, but
If
it
you've
happens a
been
lot.
eating Chinese food in North America, if you ever get a chance to go to China and actually eat Chinese food, you're in for a shock. It bears no resemblance to that crap you've been fed.
I mean, it happens a lot in different countries, in different cultures. For example, Mexico has its own milanesa, which is not the same because I've seen it, and it's called here in Argentina. It's called escalope, which is the same as doing escalope is done the same as if you're doing with fish. That is using flour instead of breadcrumbs. The milanesa, the original one, uses breadcrumbs and it's fried. It's different. The confection is different. The ingredients. So it's probably different in the taste too because we use, and this is the funniest part because we actually
Oh,
had a.
wait, fish? You want to do fish? Look, man, there's a product here in North America. I don't know if you get it down there, but it's called Fish Crisp. What it basically is
Mm,
pancake batter. And
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
you, you do up your fish, you dunk it in whipped up eggs, and then you dunk it in the fish crisp, and then you deep fry it. And it's
Hmm.
fantastic,
Yeah, we
man.
use it here
It's
too,
so
but we
good.
use instead of doing that, we actually use like use egg milk, a little bit of oregano, and it will call yes, it's called oregano too there, and a little bit of
Yeah,
rosemary if you
man.
want, and you like
Yeah.
bathe them in that, and then use breadcrumbs instead of the fish crisps, and you fry them. It's actually served like that here in some places. It depends how do you like
Oh,
your
I
fish,
love
you know.
deep fried fish, dude. That's the best thing
Yeah,
on earth. It's better than potato chips.
yeah. I mean, here we serve it with smashed potatoes or like French fries. It depends, but most of the time we serve it
Yeah,
with
here in
smashed
Canada,
potatoes.
it's fried. It's deep fried fish and French fries. And oh my goodness, here in northern BC, they really know how to cook fish. Jesus, it's good.
I still remember that one day we actually like went to a friend's house, and he got like a big it wasn't salmon, it was what it was called, trucha, a trout, sorry, a trout. Um, they actually like cook it with only like into a grill, a big grill because it was a big fish, and they just put lemon in it. And I was like, "That's it?" And they say like, "Yeah, that's it." But taste it; it's great. We actually use a little bit of spices, but you're gonna taste it. You're gonna love it. Then we'll tell you what spices we use. And as I was eating it, I discovered that they actually use
Buddy,
a lot of
you
fresh
gotta
kind of.
try you gotta try our northern northern ice
Hmm.
cold rivers rainbow trout. They're fantastic. They're so
I,
good. It's unreal, man.
I haven't eaten a lot of fish honestly in my life. I have tasted a lot of different kind of ways of doing the same kind of fish because if it, how can I explain it? Let's just tell it like this: um, a pound of for example, salmon here. It's called salmon. Yes, it's called salmon. A pound of salmon here is around, uh, give or take, $200, give or
Ooh.
take.
Really?
Yep.
Dude, I can get a pound of salmon for about 20 cents.
Nope.
I'm not
Here
kidding you.
it's again. Let me just tell you like this: if you have to buy an entire salmon, it will be around. It's around 40,000, which it will be like.
I need to find a way to ship some
It
salmon
will be like
down to you.
around $400, give or take. Like a
Damn.
big salmon is like 400, $500, give or take, in the prices. So yeah.
Now, I get them all. I get Chinook salmon. I get, oh my goodness, there's so many different breeds. They're everywhere. Everywhere I fish in the winter, coming into fall, like fall turning into winter, the snow's starting to fall. The salmon come up the streams, and they're huge, dude, and they're dying. And literally, you can just scoop them up with nets. I've seen the Indians do it, and they just all they do is salt it, preserve it in jars, and they eat it later on in the winter. And that fat keeps them alive because you can't live on protein. You'll fucking die on strictly protein. Like, you
Yeah, you
can't
have to
eat
have
beans
some
and
fat
rice,
in your
idiots.
Yeah.
You have to have some goddamn fat or you'll die. And the best way to get fat is fish oil. So you got to catch as many fish as you can before winter happens and wrap it all up in jars so you got all that fatty fish oil. Otherwise, you're dead. You won't make it out here. You're going to die.
Hey, Raquel, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Okay.
You know, we've been going for 3 hours, so
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for one more hour and then I'm gonna call it a night as well.
alrighty.
Oh, I was
Catch
just.
you all later.
All right,
Good
good
night,
night,
the range.
y'all.
Night.
DL. I just called him the range. Poor guy.
I call
Anyway.
them drains.
I was just watching EFAP, so I'm kind of used to being the long man right now. The other day, I just watched 5-hour streams of them talking about something about around Joker or something like that, and it was 10 hours. I was like, I'm gonna watch it the next, probably tomorrow. I'm just so used to watch. I don't like to watch movies anymore. I like to watch them from other people because it's funnier. I I have watched the entire DC stories, the entire movies and everything, and I know a lot about the comics and the shows too. So it was like, how can people say that this Wonder Woman movie is good? It's awful. From beginning to end, it was awful. A lot of people tell me, "Oh, it's a good movie," except the ending. I was like, "No, the entire movie is bullshit. It's boring, and Gal Gadot cannot act for her life." It's thankfully I watched it the first time in Latin American, voice with a voiceover, because honest to God, the poor Gal Gadot, she's gorgeous, everything, but she can't act. She can't act. I cannot believe whatever she's telling. Oh God! And I was like, okay, she can be. She had a great. She had the body and everything to portray Wonder Woman, but that movie actually didn't help her at all. And anyway, going out of that, I still think that I didn't like Man of Steel. I didn't like, it. Yeah, just she should enter actually, because why don't she? What does she want for Fed to lick her face?
TMI. TMI.
Too much
Listen,
information. You think?
I just want to bring this outside of the pop world. I work very hard, and I just want to bring this up, guys. I live in the middle of nowhere. I work very hard, and the last little bit, just pissing around in the rivers out here, I've pulled almost 16 ounces of gold out of here. Just saying.
Nice.
While y'all
Mercy.
kind of getting around, I'm making more money than you can believe. Just having fun, living where I live.
PayPal, bro.
She has a.
I'm not a charity.
Hey, Clown,
She has a
what are
PayPal.
you-
I have a PayPal that your $20 is even more.
I mean, that's true.
I mean, if you change it for pesos, it will be better, because if you
I
can
have
come
to
here for
admit,
$20, then you can.
I shoot Peter at Creepy Little Books some money because I really like him. I like what he does.
Mm-hmm,
You
me
know.
too.
I'm dipping them in pork
He
chop.
was talking
Oh,
about
nice.
estrus aliens.
Oh. My brother actually went one day to. We have here a really religious kind of. There's called Caminata Luján, which is a place that is, from and where the Virgin Mary is actually shown. Like it's a big kind of town that has its own church and everything. And there's a promise here that a lot of people do of walking to Luján, which is that city, as you ask for Virgin Mary to actually help you. It's a religious thing, and if she helps you, you promise her that you're gonna take the entire trip to Luján walking. And it's like 70 to 80 miles walking. It's hard. And my brother actually did this trip as because he told me once that she helped her and she helped him with his own son. So anyway, in this trip, one day they are actually like taking a rest in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't light or anything, and he swears that he saw a UFO like flying up top of him and like disappear in 2 seconds. It was like seeing it, and it was like an us of light, and it disappeared completely. And nobody believed him until that they were like three more guys with him because other guys or friends of him made the same promise for other things, and it just went. And they say like, yes, that was for real. We all saw that light, and it was weird because for it being an airplane or something like that, that's too much speed to actually take in 2 seconds. And the light actually went like up, down, left, right, or something like that. Like it made some kind of weird movement, and it just disappeared. And it's like, and yeah, that's probably something weird to see in the middle of the night. Uh, but I kind of believe him because we've seen weird things on our lives. So yeah. Uh, by the way, Bush McFadden, I love buffalo sauce, but the problem that it has buffalo sauce nowadays is they don't make it as it should be here. Here in Argentina, we use it in a different way because I see that buffalo sauce has to be spicy. And a lot of people actually change it a little bit just to make it a little bit more centered to a sweet. I'm not joking. This is for real. And, and when they have to, for example, they use the buffalo sauce. It depends if you want the glazed ham or not. And they use buffalo sauce and a little bit of honey. I'm not joking. This is the way that actually is. Anyway, sorry. Anybody wants to talk about anything else?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
actually
nice
quite good.
glazed ham. Mm.
Yeah, but this
Yummy,
actually
yummy.
adds a little bit of a spicy.
Look, I'm German.
So yeah.
German. I love my pork products. I really do. I don't give a flying fuck what those that don't like pork care. Fuck you.
No, I
my
love pork.
piggies.
I love pork. Honest to God,
Me
I
I'd
love
say
pork.
I love
I know what it is
Chicken.
too,
pork
Bush,
fat.
but yeah. I mean, we actually here, my family didn't used to eat a lot of pork, because we will like eat ribs only, like, or something like a little bit of meat in a stew or something like that. Um, we got thanks to my ex, we actually found out that there's a little bit of cut that we never use, like sirloin. That sirloin here in Argentina is not really used because it wasn't popular until somebody, I still don't know who, decided to make it popular like 5 or 6 years ago. I'm not joking. And everybody started like eating that. And it was great because if you make it in a barbecue, it's great for barbecue because you put it like, give or take 40 minutes, 1 hour, and you have a perfect barbecue piece of meat that it goes with everything. And it's cheap here. It's even cheaper because it's not cow meat. But it depends on the person. For example, my ex used to make it sweet sour, and my family doesn't like it, so they just make it in the grill and they put a little bit of. It depends. Sometimes my father decide to put cheese on it on top of it, or in some cases they just add a little bit of salt and lemon. That's it, and that's the food. I don't care if someone doesn't like pork. More for me now. If they tell me not to eat this, I think yeah, I'm the same.
We know Raquel likes pizza above all, but my personal
Oh,
favorite is taco. I'm fucking mental for tacos. I eat them like, honest to God, at least twice a week.
Yeah, I like pizza, chicken, Ice cream.
Who is Soltar? San, your voice is so familiar. May I call you Soltar? I don't know. I don't even know who Soltar. I've had this nickname for almost 25 years. I have no idea where you know me from. But no, I have been more like 1 or 2 months here. And, doing streams and
It's
everything
kind
like
of
that.
funny that he would bring that up. Because I own a book here called Zoltar's Spirit, a Guide to the Spirits.
I had
And
no
it's
idea.
an old black magic book from, I don't know, around the 60s. Just saying.
I
I
have
was
a big
trying to
problem
mention
here.
it on Pete Street. He's like, there is no Tobin Spirit Guide. Yes, there is. It's called Zoltar's Guide to the Spirits. It exists. I own a copy.
Feather Avalier bastard. I was just gonna say I have a big problem in my mind because if somebody makes any kind of lyrics to a song that I know, I start singing it in my head, and he say that "Sound, your voice is so familiar." Hey, this poem, and I just remember the song of Weirland Jankovic, going through the drive-through. That is kind of like that. Damn it! Why do I need to remember those kind of things? Anyway, I went to a triple
Yeah,
A.
fuck vegetarians. If I go out to a restaurant and someone's like, "Oh, we gotta eat vegetarian," I'm like, "Fuck you." I'm gonna have a big old dripping greasy burger right in front of your fucking face.
I don't know if I told you this story, but it was a funny one because if anybody knows me for a fact, they know that I love video games, and that's one of my perks in life. Let's just call it like that, because you can take anything from me. You can even take food. I don't care. But video games are like my only escapism nowadays. So I love to play any kind of game. If I have a little bit of time, if I have to do things, I will do things. I have no problem to leave them for give or take. I had one year entirely that I never played games because I was working and everything. But I went into a date, and as I said, and this is funny because I went like, well, we're gonna go to the movies. If you want, I'll treat you with a meal and everything. We're sitting down, like she was talking, and she told me this, and that's the funniest part because I still let her get the ticket for the movies and watch it by herself because I was like, I don't care about seeing that movie. I just wanted to go to some place. I sing my ass off, and she says to me, "Well, if you want to date me, you have to stop playing video games because video games are for little kids." I started laughing my ass off. I took off and I say, "Thank you. I'll see you in your next life." And I just took off. I didn't care anymore. And I had bought her food and the ticket and everything. But there's no
Yeah,
way there is a person
dude,
that
I
if
did
you
that
want to,
too.
I'm like,
I
if you,
dumped a chick.
we all have problems. We
It
know
was
that.
like
We all have
our
hobbies.
second date. The first date was a movie, just popcorn and stuff and blah blah. Second date was dinner. And we go out for dinner and she's only eating salad and things that food eats. And I get a big old steak and I tuck into it and she's all pissed off. I mean, it just
That's
went
the thing.
sideways immediately.
If you want, you can do us.
I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm finishing this goddamn steak and I'm gone. Understand? We're done here.
That's the thing I always say, and that's a reality. You can do whatever you want with your life, and it's okay. We have a relationship even like that. I have no problems. But the moment that you decide what you want to change from me because you don't like it, it's a given fact that it's going to change the entire relationship into a disaster. That's what happened with my ex. It never works because she can approve everything, but if she wants to change something around it, you can be kind of like a give or take. I can give it to you. It's a reality in a relationship. You kind of have to give a little bit of give or take, but not to the point of
Well,
saying
dude,
like you cannot
look,
eat
man,
this, you cannot do that. It's a direct kind of like you're pecking my backs
I
right
have
now
a bunch of
as you do this.
vegetarian. I have a bunch of vegetarian relatives. They're Seventh Day Adventists, and what's hilarious is over the years I've seen them. they're so fucking scrawny they can barely hold their heads up. Their heads sort of laid one side because their neck's too skinny to support it, which is pathetic, right? And now, as I get older, one of my vegetarian uncles, Dwayne, was told that, the problem is you're killing yourself. You're not eating any fats or proteins. Like, you're dying. So he started eating at least fish. And yeah, man, his health's coming right back. Because the stupid ass was eating only beans and rice and soy and crap. Like, oh, come on. Come on. You have fangs. Why do you think you have fangs? Think about it.
There's a given that a lot of people decide to do it. That's the funniest thing I have, because if you want to do it for your diet, it's okay. I kind of understand it because you probably have problems to digest meat. It's okay. You probably, a doctor probably told you this, anything like that. It's okay. But if you're telling me I'm changing, and this is the thing that I always say the same, a lot of people will tell me like, but that is a defeated kind of thinking. It's not a defeated kind of thing to me because it's a reality. If one person stop eating meat, it's not going to change the entire world. I'm just going to say that to you because there's a lot of people that's actually eating meat. And it's going to keep on going because it's what sells.
Yeah, the majority of us eat meat. That's a fact. If you look, whether it's goat or sheep or whatever, or fish, the majority of us eat other animals. That's a fact, and just live with it. That's how it is.
Survival of the
That's the
fittest.
food chain, baby. Yep.
Yeah,
And I'm telling you, man, if you're only eating breads and wheats and grub, insects and crap, like you really are at the bottom of the food chain. You're below it.
I mean, that's the thing that Bush McFadden just said. And it's so funny because a lot of people will say to you, I don't want the animal to hurt and everything. And you're like, the fishes don't have a lot of the fishes actually don't have a lot of memory. They only like last for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, they don't remember anything at all. So what would be the point?
Quick with every animal I've ever put down for food is as quick and as merciful as possible. I'm not lying. And I always, because I've been raised around Indians since my childhood, I always give thanks to that animal for giving me its strength. It's just something that's done. I live way up in native country in the middle of nowhere. I know all these things. We eat everything that we can shoot. They eat. I've gone to a barbecue with the natives, and you know what was at the barbecue? Porcupine and lynx. Lynx.
Cat.
Yeah, it's a big cat.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say this because it's funny. A lot of people will tell me like, "You're a disaster," and everything. I'm just gonna say it to you because a lot of people actually told me this. You eat rare steak. I'm not joking because your meat is not that good. I'm not joking about this because if you make it here in Argentina, like a rare steak, it's actually like completely raw. I'm not joking. It's raw. Why will they say this to you? Because the juicy kind of form, as a lot of people like, it's not medium rare. It's well cooked, but it's still not completely done. And here they explained to me in a factory here in the slaughterhouse, whatever you want to call it. They explain like if you get meat from other places, perhaps sometimes even if the cows are there, depending on the grass they actually eat and everything, it can be a tender meat or a kind of hard meat or. That's a lot of people call it like that, and a lot of people will tell me like I like my steak blue, and I'm like, what is blue? And I started, that's raw. They say to me, no, that's blue. It means different. And I'm like, no. Here, if you eat something like that as something normal, you'll probably get a lot of diseases. I'm not joking. A friend of mine actually decided
Yeah,
that
it's
wanted to
death.
do the exact.
You,
Yeah,
you're
he
gonna.
decided.
You better take
Sorry.
some ivermectin to clear out all of your fucking worms. Because seriously, you can't eat steak like that, man. You can't. Oh God, don't eat pork that's pink, ever,
Well,
ever.
that that what you see. There's raw, blue, rare, medium, whatever you do. You fucking here in Argentina, it isn't the same because if you make it well done, it's still juicy. And I'm not
I
joking
like.
about this.
Look, guys,
It's
I like things like there's this French. It's raw hamburger, and it's good. It's like a what do they call it now? It's it's made in Quebec here in Canada, and it's very very good. It's steak tartare. It's good. I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. If you try it, it's very very good. And it's raw steak ground up into a patty. Um, and I like blue rare steak, but I get my steaks out of farms here in Western Canada, and they're perfect. Okay, this is grass fed, perfect beef. Like it's so good, it's unreal. Man, I'm drooling just now thinking about it.
I
I
mean, I
have to
have no.
say, you guys are making me hungry.
I know, and that's why I have cookies right here.
What kind of cookies?
It's a kind of. It's called here. We bought it in a packet that it has a lot of kind of different things. It's called glazed, filled, like Oreos. It has a little bit of everything. But
Oh,
yeah, I was
nice.
eating it before. Yes,
You
it's
guys,
great because.
let,
Hmm?
let me ask you guys quick, because I'll bet you everyone on the panel will know what I'm talking about. What do you think of macadamia nut and chocolate chip cookies?
Oh, I
Aren't
love them.
those the best?
But I still
Yeah.
think that this is a
I
thing
love
that I
chocolate chip
love.
cookies. Yeah, I love chocolate chip cookies.
This is a thing that I love because a lot of people will tell me like you're a disaster, but I love it. I love the cake mix. That when it's like, have you ever like? And another thing that I do that is completely moronic because it has problems and everything. But if you make a
Oh
sauce
shit,
for it,
yeah, dude. The cake mix. My mom used to make cakes, and she'd have the blender going, and
yeah,
as soon
yeah,
as
yeah,
she was
yeah,
done,
the
I
whisker,
love it
yeah,
too.
she'd click
So
yeah,
off,
I
sticky.
love to do that.
and my brother and I would lick the whirlers.
Mm.
Fuck yeah, man.
And another
That
thing
was
that I
the
used to do
best.
The
and I still
brownie
love it
batter is good too.
when we make a sauce for the pizza. I love to take a spoon and taste it, and I love that taste because for making
Yeah, me
a
too.
sauce for the pizza, we use garlic, we
Dude,
use onion and oregano and rosemary sometimes. Yeah, so
when
going on.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can't have enough. You can't have enough onions. There's never too many onions. And I'm
Mm-mm,
serious,
never.
man. I love making a good pasta sauce. It takes
Yeah.
like a whole day. Right.
Mm, yeah. That's the thing. He's right. Uh, but one of the things that we have here, and it's not really well known, I love pan dulce. Probably you don't know what it is, but it's like your fruit cake, but it's soft and it's great. It's like eating bread with that. And we used to make it. It's only like before we used to only make it for Christmas, but nowadays there's sell it every day of the year. And I still remember that one of the best ones is actually made in a factory for me because they understand how to do it softly enough to actually feel like. Have you ever eaten a piece of bread that is still warm? That it dissolves in your hands as you take it. Something like that is that thing, and it's great. And up to this day, a lot of people will tell me like, "Ah, we know panettone." Yes, panettone, I know it too, and it's great for a lot of people. But panettone is not the same as saying pan dulce. I'm not joking, because my godmother used to buy it every year for instead of pan dulce, she will buy a panettone, which is the same, but it's not the same because panettone is too. It's not soft. It's too like a big cake with things, and it's not the same. And honest to God, if I could, I would like the best way to actually find about Argentinian food is to come in at holiday. I'm not joking. Like in December, count in December, even if it's the first days of the like December, because in Christmas we actually have everything that we do every year as a normal thing. Here, for example, we have vitel toné, which is it's pork. I can't remember the name of bacon. They will be like bacon, but cut in little slices. They will put in a sauce with mayonnaise. I can't remember the name. Damn it. Anchovies, alcaparras. Can't remember the names of the things. Always the same happens with me with the ingredients. I need to actually do what my friends tell me to do. That is to polish myself in words that is ingredients. It was called like chicharo, something like the cappers. There we go, cappers.
Wait.
And
I know he's joking around, but cake adorable. You gotta be insane.
I really hoping you're joking about that, Boosh, because I don't find that funny right now. Fed is more than welcome to be here.
what did he do? And he sees there's a pic for
I'm
you in food.
sure
right
he's
now.
joking around, but
Yeah,
nevertheless,
he's fucking
I agree.
around. He's fucking
Come
around.
on, man.
All right.
You're treading on sacred ground. You don't fuck with Fed.
I mean, he's great. I just had
I
some
like
laugh.
Fed. He's very open minded, and he has thoughts that I find very interesting.
I love anise. We don't have a lot of that. We eat it only on
I
bread.
like
I'm not
anise
joking.
too. What? Seriously?
Yep, we make
Yeah,
a
bread.
type of bread
Exactly.
with anise.
I like it on thick, dark, heavy bread. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Danielle, we're actually. How are you, Danielle? Hot topics. We're actually talking about
Okay,
food.
good.
It's called. I'm not joking about this.
Hey,
It's called
hey,
bread
Daniel.
with anise. That's it. That's the name. Bread with anise. And it's a common here. We actually serve it as during the how's it called? I just forgot. I'm forgetting all the names today. In Easter's, in Easter we actually serve it as a thing we eat with coffee. Same as most of the time is chocolate eggs and how's it called? It will be like a donut of Easter donut. It will be the name. I'm not joking. It's a confection made with. I need to polish this, honest to God, because every time that I talk about food, I still need to look for the words.
Hey guys, I want to ask you guys something.
Sure.
When I was a kid, sometimes my grandmothers and people at bake sales would make these awesome, I don't know what the hell they are. They're crispy and they melt in your mouth. I have no idea what they're called or how to make them. They're just like this puffed sugar. They're so good. God
Merengue.
damn it, I can't think of what they're called.
Merengue. They are called merengue.
Yes, meringues. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
That's a classic here in Argentina. We serve it with dulce de leche. It's great. It depends on the person that actually cook it because there's merengue as you said as an Italian confection for making like a cream, and there's people that actually cook it and then use it like little things that you can cut it and put something in the middle like jams, dulce de leche, jellies. Some people actually put a little bit of coffee. I'm not joking. It's like spacing a little bit with coffee already, like instantaneous coffee or something like that, and just close it and eat it like that because the sweet cuts with the coffee and it works itself out. But most use dulce de leche, which is great.
Sounds
but
good. Love meringue.
Italian merengue. You can look it up.
Meringue's awesome. Everything. And on their own, they're great. I love them. go to the bakery once in a while. I go to town and I do that. I buy meringues. I'll buy the other one I always buy is I'll buy a German Black Forest cake because I
Okay,
just
here we
love
have it.
those, man. Very
It's called.
in them. Oh my god, that's so good.
Raquel just got into Super Saiyan mode with Bush. By the way, it's called custard in English, or it was called pasty cream. We use it in like a confection of a bread,
See,
and we use pasty cream.
we
And
speak a little different. We speak a little different here in Canada than they do in the States. They might call it custard, but we call it meringues because we've got
no.
half.
I mean the thing that actually made it. No. That's what you don't understand. What I meant in the donut, in the Easter donut that we serve here, is use custard as a top, and then you put a little bit of sugar.
Yeah,
and
custard is here. Custard is a kind of a
Let me show you.
yellow sweet.
Yes.
That's put inside of donuts and shit.
Let me
No, I'm
just
talking
show
about
it for
those
you.
hard, sugary meringues. Oh my god, they're so good. I love them so much. I want one right now, but I can't get one.
Can I share it, Raquel?
What do you want to share?
The rosca de Pascua, which is the donut, Easter donut. It's a confection here we use in Easter. It's food. It's food. It's
Yeah,
a picture of food.
Okay, I can't really. StreamYard's
There we
been
go.
a little bit wonky today.
This is what I mean. This is custard, and that's a cherry, and they put
Oh,
a little bit
yeah.
of white sugar.
Ooh, do you have the chocolate one? Like I like the
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
This is
that
the
looks
chocolate one, by the way.
good.
We don't serve it a lot with
dude.
chocolate, but yeah,
ooh.
this is called rosca de Pascua, which is an Easter kind of confection that we do it.
Ooh.
And they use this is a tradition. They use a boiled egg that they put in here. This is a boiled egg. I'm not joking, because the point of this is to actually give thanks for everything that they give you in Easter. You know, and this egg is a symbolism of a good kind of harvest. There we go. But yeah, this is a classic here, and this is what I mean with pan dulce. This is a pan
Looks
dulce.
pretty good, man.
This is not a
Looks
pan dulce. I
really
don't know.
good. Yeah,
hate bread.
that's what I'm talking about.
No. That is another thing. I'm just trying to look for the pan dulce, which is this one or this one. I don't know what these are, but these are not pan dulces. This is a
Yeah, that
palmerita,
looks
actually.
good, too.
There's a
But-
huge muffin.
Yeah, it's like a huge muffin or something
no,
like
go
that.
back to the other pic. To the other pic.
This one,
No, no.
this one.
No, Minnesota. I think it's the picture small. That one, right there.
This one,
No, right next to it.
this one.
Yeah, that's a huge muffin.
This is a pan dulce. This is actually like it's like something like a muffin, but it's big. It is actually had chocolate chips. Sometimes it depends on the people. Some people actually like to put like raisins and a little bit of almond and a little bit of
Who cares
of
about
walnuts.
raisins? It's chocolate.
Yeah, you can make it like there's a pan dulce Don Satur, which is it's a classic here. Dude.
I agree. Raisins are a cheat. It's like,
This is-
oh
when
man,
it-
raisins.
Yeah, I'd rather have the chocolate chips. Forget the
This-
raisins.
Yeah, this is with chocolate chips. They actually sell it to you, and this is
Man.
not so pricey. It's give or take
American
70
food.
cents. That's it. Here we can find it for 70 cents, perhaps $1, give or take. They have it in three tastes.
America's weird. Y'all got raisin bread like that. Although I don't know, raisin bread under the right conditions can be okay.
Yeah, I mean here's the price, the price, right? They have it with here it's called fruta brillantada, which will be like dehydrated fruit. Then you have it with chocolate chips, and then you have it with anything at all. But this uses a kind of thing that actually makes the bread completely sweet. So it's great to actually eat it with mate. But yeah, it's a classic. It has been here since 1967. But yeah, it's a classic here. And that's what I mean when I say like this is from Argentina in Christmas. In Christmas they sell it and serve it to you every time that you actually ask for something sweet, you know. And this is mantecol, which is a classic here. This is actually, like, I'm not joking, fat with sugar, and it's great. I mean, when I say it, it's great. I can explain how it is because it's a confection, a really weird confection, but it's great. I'm not joking. If you can ever find one of these anywhere that you go, like, I don't know how to explain it, how to ask it, because here is a normal thing to actually get in Christmas and every around the year because you can find it anyway. But they're said here in Argentina that if you don't have mantecol in your Christmas like sweets, like if you serve it, it's not real Christmas. And I swear there's gonna be something around here that is something like let me just see. US Mantecol USA. I want to see if they no here it's called Lericia. What? Do you have this one? I have no idea. I'm just trying to look for something like Mantecol, but in the USA.
Man, I really want to have some chocolate cake right now.
Oh, if you want, there's one here that we call. Let me just see if I can find it. It's
My all-time cake that I like is yellow cake with chocolate frosting. That's my favorite all-time cake.
okay.
Not me. Mine is German chocolate. I love fucking German chocolate Black Forest cake with the cherries and
This
everything. Oh my god, it's just the best ever.
this is
Look
This
how
is
many
called
layers does that cake have?
yeah. This is
1,
called
2,
double.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8
Yes,
layers. Holy
this is called
mackerel.
chocolate cake with dulce de leche and cream. You know, and it's kind of normal to actually see this one. This is a classic. This is a classic here. This is dulce de leche mixed with a little bit of cream and chocolate. It's only like two layers, but honest to God, this is one of the greatest ones. And I could show you, like, one day I will probably get to my hometown, you know, here, and I will take a picture of all the cakes that they serve here. And this is a classic one. They actually use rocklets too. That is something like M&Ms, but it's instead of peanut, they use another thing. They don't use peanut in these ones. Um,
Oh,
this
wait,
is
wait,
a
wait, go back up. Go back up. Is that little tart mousse cake right there?
this one,
Mm-hmm.
yes, but it's actually
Ooh.
this uses this says double mousse of chocolate and dulce de leche, which will be like this that you see in the middle. Do you see that in the middle? It's
Mm-hmm.
actually is chocolate with coffee and a little bit of dulce de leche, which I can explain how it is. But dulce de leche is a thing that is called the correct translation. It will be like sweet milk.
I know. I'm getting hungry as well, Brett. Looking at this.
I mean, if you want to have the best cake that I have in my life, I don't know if I can find it. I should like look for that picture, but I'm not joking about this. It was a 2 floors kind of cake that we bought for my father, and when we see it, it was something like this, you know, like something like a cake like this, you know, normal, and without any kind of cover on the top. And they give me a second, like it was a second, like second floor, let's just call it. That it was
Okay,
another
guys,
cake that was.
that's it for me. I'm. This has ruined me. I'm gonna book out. I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna go get myself some. I have some Tiger ice cream. So,
Okay, let me just
Tiger.
Bye.
let me end this now. Let me end this story because you're gonna love this story.
What's tiger ice cream?
What?
There,
What? What's Tiger ice cream?
No, I never heard of it.
It's licorice and orange flavored ice cream, and it's so good.
Licorice.
here we have.
It's.
I mean, this is the cake, and you can imagine that the second one was actually like my. When I bought it, they said to me like, once you're about to serve it, put it in the fridge. Once you're about to serve it, poke the bottom of the second one. And they said to me, like, because that's the good part of the cake. And the second one was like a big cover of chocolate, like I don't know how to explain it, but it was like a confection like that. It was like something like this, It was in a little bit of like a podium, let's just call it. And as I was serving it, they say to me, like, poke it in the bottom of this one, and as you poke it, it started like letting mousse of chocolate going down, like raining into the other cake. That was the point of that. He left
Good
just
night.
because he's doing.
Good
Good night,
night,
nobody.
Enjoying your Tiger ice cream.
He's probably getting like, I want to kill this guy. He actually made me want to eat something. But yeah, I don't know how
Oh,
to
yeah.
show. This is a white chocolate cake. It's kind of normal here too, but this is pricey to actually make. Let me just look for the.
Fed wants tacos.
This is a classic too. We used to do this. This has rocklets. These are called cubanitos, which is kind of normal here. This one. This is the classic of the classics. This is actually sell everywhere. It's a chocolate cover with cubanito dulce de leche, and it has 3 layers. It has cream, manteco, and dulce de leche inside.
Yeah.
Yep. It's one of those that actually is pricey as hell, but you eat one of this and you're done. You're gonna have diabetes for sure.
Oh, you're the chat getting ice cream? Okay. Well, I'm gonna end here probably in 20 minutes. Nobody.
Yeah, and if you want like something, I love this. I love to show this one because I want to show this place always because this is a milanesa from Los Gallegos. It's a place here in Argentina. It's on Quilmes or it's on Mitre, which is like a little bit of on the highway. And this, as you can see, if you can like picture it, I'm gonna try to show you one with the hands, something like this. No, this is the one. No, but the first one was actually right if you see the hand on the back. But this is like a table kind of milanesa. Which what I mean with this is most of the time. Have you ever tried tendies?
Chicken
from
tendies?
McDonald's?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a giant chicken tendy. That's it.
That is a
That's
giant chicken tendy I've ever seen.
They actually do the same, but they actually use like an entire like chicken. Most of the time, it's chicken breast or different parts of the chicken. They just like mash it up and they fry them with breadcrumbs, and then they use ham and cheese, and these are French fries. Some people like it as Napolitana, which will be like Napolitan way, that is with sauce also. But this is the chicken tendy, a giant chicken tendy.
It looks great, but I don't think I would put French fries on top of it, though.
No. This is in the case that you want French fries. They actually they give it with you with a milanesa, or you can ask for them to actually give it on the side. If you want,
Right.
it's or mashed potatoes or French fries or some kind of salad. You decide. But most of the time, people say, "No, bring everything. Let's go." It's like, and this is the funniest part because
I
we
mean,
always
actually, that could actually serve 2 people.
Yeah, this is for 2 or 3 people, but in our case, as Argentinians, this is the funniest part. I'm gonna tell you a story. We went like one day with 2 or 3 friends, and we were like, we want 2 milanesas with 2 French fries on the side. And he said like, 2 French fries? Are you for real? And I said like, listen to me. This is French fries. I'm like, and I said like, yeah, we don't care. We're men. We're gonna eat them. And I said, like, okay, sure. My friend always tell the story like this because we actually said like, yeah, bring us 2. We don't care. We're gonna eat them. Yeah. Once they tell you like they're gonna bring you French fries, I'm gonna try to look for it if I can find. Because I'm not joking when I say like they give you. I'm probably gonna be able to find the ones. No, these are not. No, I'm probably not gonna be able to find them because when they say like they bring you French fries, they bring you like a big plate, a big one, like almost a. They brought us like a big plate, like it was like the same size as the table, and it was like, oh, probably it's the 2 like combined in one, just because we are doing it. They say like, I'll be back with the other one, the other French fries. They actually brought like 2 giant tables of that. I'm not joking. It was impossible to eat. And we were like 3 people. We were done. And we ate one minute and a half, and we were like done in between the French fries and everything. But yeah, it's impossible to actually finish it. I'm trying to look for the place, but I cannot find it. And it's a shame because I would really like to show it. But honest to God, that place is impossible to finish. And no, let me just look it up if I can find it like this. Yeah, something like this, you know. But no, this is not the place. Oh, I should look it up. But this is from Quilmes. This is the other one. But yeah, I still don't know why they put this. But yeah, there's fried egg too. And
That's
the
a
other one
lot.
yeah, it's for 2 or 3 people sometimes. And the other one is pizza guerrin. Since you love pizza, this is a pizza
Mm.
that is 4 cheeses. It's different 4 cheeses they actually use, and they put
Four,
ham.
I think 2 is
Yes,
okay, but 4, that's a bit
yeah, they
much.
use no, they use everything because 2 of these slices, if you see the hand, 2 of these slices, you're done. 3 at most. And these are classics here. And this is the other one that I actually use for like red pepper. And here you have all the kind of tastes. They actually do this too. You can ask for an entire one, or you can ask for slices because the big one like it's for 4 or 5 people because of how much ingredients that they have. And this is a place, you know. This is in Capital Federal, which is the centric zone of here in Argentina. But yeah, this it's porches, you know. They don't. That's one of the things that they have. They don't go easy on the cheese. They use mozzarella, they use cheddar, they use everything. They don't care. And this is the the one that actually, if you want half a half, I will never put pineapple, but this one with with fried eggs and bacon, it looks great. But yeah, no, I'm not done to actually eat with pineapple. And let me just look if I can find.
I like to put honey on my homemade pizza.
Oh, it's nice. Let me
Mm-hmm.
just look if I can find El Amanecer. There we go. Let me just see if I can find some pictures of the food that they actually sell here. Well, for example, here's a music. Ah,
Yeah. No
you
music. No music. Mute.
uh,
Mute.
could you hear the music? No, no.
Just
Oh
mute
yes.
it just in case.
Yeah, okay. But this is El Amanecer, which is the place that I said. I want to look for a barbecue here if I can find it. Oh, this is my Facebook. Eh.
It's okay.
Nobody's gonna find me anyway. I cannot find the. Meh. There we go. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, this is the place actually, but I want to find the food. Ah, brave, right. Let me just look for a picture of. I want to show you there we go. These are the codes they actually sell to you. Like if you want, you can ask for this or this one. They actually sell to you, but I don't know if this is no. This is not for 2 people. When they actually like sell you for 2 people, they actually bring you like a little bit of I don't know how's it called. God damn it! This is from TripAdvisor. This is not even on Facebook of the place. Nah, I will not be able to find it. I should probably look it up, and someday I will show it to you. Well, I'll stop sharing because this is too much food. I mean, I need to actually find. If I found a picture, I'm gonna keep on looking. If I found a picture of the one that I want to show you, because this is something like this, but they don't show. This is TripAdvisor. I don't know what this is. This is not the one they actually sell. Here you have fish if you want. They don't sell so much. I cannot find the one that I actually want to find because the other day I just saw it. No, do you see TripAdvisor? No, this is not. They had their own like place. I don't know why it isn't showing at all. There we go. Let me just look for this. It's a shame I cannot find the picture that I want to show. Anyway, but yeah, We just made like nobody get really hungry. It's going to have Cracker Jacks in my backpack. Oh, poor guy. Uh, I don't know if you show my Facebook, but I don't care if you want to show, like, if you want to find me, find me. I have the same name as here, so if somebody wanted to find me, they will find me in 5 seconds. So yeah, nah. I cannot seem to find it. Did Mora just fall asleep? Oh no, she's muted. Okay. Are you falling asleep, Raquel?
Mm-mm.
Are you hungry, Raquel?
A little hungry, yeah.
What do you have to eat tonight?
Score still had a half a bag of Cracker Jacks in my backpack. I haven't had Cracker Jacks in a very long time.
What the hell is a Cracker Jack?
Cracker Jacks?
Yeah. Ah, pochoclos. Yeah. Yeah, caramel coated popcorn and peanuts. What?
Yeah, they're like like a
Yes,
popcorn.
these are
They're like a popcorn with this covered with peanuts, caramel.
yeah, this is called here garrapiñada. And it's made only with peanuts or with almonds in some cases. Or with sunflower seeds too. It's great.
Everyone's sleeping, so had to improvise on the snack.
I mean, I still
Yeah.
have cookies.
You don't want to wake anyone up.
Yeah, that's the problem that we have because, honest to God, I still live. Right now living with my parents because I need to find for a place to live. It's funny, I have the money, but it's impossible to actually find the place. And it's funny because since I was living
That's
with
my
my ex,
situation as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the means, but actually finding a place, it's
yeah,
difficult than
especially
it to be expected.
especially when I have so many consoles and I have to travel. If I don't go to a place that is actually kind of safe, I'll probably get in 5 days. I will get everything stolen. I'll be like, no, fuck it. That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, I have been hearing the news about that, Daniel, and well, that situation to me is like a shit show from itself.
I mean, it's even funnier to see because I was seeing the EFAP the other day, the EFAP of all the DC world, and I was like, oh, this is before all the Ezra Miller bullshit. And I was like, oh, if they only knew, because they were making jokes like, one of the jokes that they did, it was like, what if this Flash actually was, can I say it? Because they say like, what if this Flash was actually fapping as they were like fighting everyone, because he can probably fap at the speed of light. And I was like, oh, if only they knew what they said right now. Oh, this guy is gonna end up in prison. Yeah. But technically, he's running from the police, so he just disappeared because they say like he's posting memes right now. Yeah.
Well, the last thing he posted supposedly on Instagram saying, "You can't catch me. I'm in another alternate universe or reality or something like that." People are saying he supposedly posted on his Instagram and immediately deleted his account right after. I mean, it doesn't like with technology these days.
Yeah.
They're gonna find you sooner or later. I hate to say.
I mean, if they wanted, they could have found him in 5 minutes because the moment that he actually posted something, they will like pinpoint his own, like reroute everything around it, and that's it. They don't want to find him because he's being chased by the police. If they really wanted to find him, if he was like a complete kind of running guy, they will, the FBI or CIA or whatever, they could pinpoint what he was when he was posting that. So yeah, I know it because
they're gonna find your ass sooner or later, and no CGI is gonna help you get out of this situation.
And that's a reality nowadays. It's such a shame sometimes because if you think about it, they actually give him every tool to actually be a good person, and he just decided to be that. So yeah,
way to be the role model.
Tell me about
I
it.
mean, way to be a role model to these kids of, the Flash from the DC universe. Way to go, dumbass.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing because one of the greatest characters in the DC universe is actually Flash. Because there is a movie called Flashpoint Paradox. This technically is what they were trying to make in this movie, this new live action. And if you watch it, I love that movie because it's actually from a comic and it makes so much sense because as you see it, you kind of understand that it's a different point of view of what happened if Barry Allen decided to change something of the past. And it's like they call it the butterfly effect, the wings of a butterfly going from left or right. It could change the entire universe. And this is the same. And it works so well because you kind of see everything around it. And when they announced this movie, I was like, how they're gonna fuck it? I was like, the second they announced it, I was like that. And now we just found out they just fucked it by by the actor. They didn't even need to release the movie, so now they need to actually like kick him out from this character because they're gonna probably have to reshoot everything. And the movie is being pointed on this character.
Well, I
So it's
do
like
know that in Aquaman 2, Amber
Amber
Heard
Heard, yeah,
or Turd is going to be completely edited out of that movie. They had to
yeah,
get
but
another. They had to get another actress for
but
that
that's the thing.
role.
She's not Aquaman. If she were Aquaman, how do you make an Aquaman movie? Do you understand this? This is the same because this was gonna be a movie about Flash because that's the point of Flashpoint Paradox. It's called even in the name, and it's the protagonist of this story because he's in everything that happens in that story, including himself twice because he's seen
Well,
a
yeah, they had to
Flash.
get they had to get a different actress for Queen Mara in that movie now.
They say that they want to use Nicole Kidman, but I don't think so. It
I
doesn't
don't
work
really
because
see Nicole Kidman as a blonde. I mean, as a redhead, though. Sorry.
that's the thing. They wanted to push that instead of going with Mara, he will go with his own mother to actually all those adventures, to
His
fight
own
and everything.
mother? I
Yeah.
don't know.
I mean, up to this
Yeah.
point, I've seen Aquaman, and I was like, it's not so, like I always say the same. DC had a great opportunity with every movie that they actually released, and they just went like, I don't know if we want to make this movie. And I was like, and then I don't want to watch it because you have when you have there's a thing that they always say: if you have a perfect blueprint of things that people like, why will you change it? If it's not broken, why fix it? I
Uh,
mean,
Hold
Yeah.
on. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Raquel. Did you say you have a hard time picturing Nicole Kidman as a redhead?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Since I'm very old, long, long ago, in the before time, before you
Okay.
were born, some of her first movies, she is actually naturally a redhead.
Oh, wait. So she's not naturally a blonde?
Nope, that was something
I
that only
did
happened in
not
the
know
last
that.
20 years.
I
Back
did.
if you watch some of her first movies with, like, say, Tom Cruise, like Far and Away and whatever that race car movie was, she has red hair.
I did
Oh,
not know
and
that.
Dead Calm or something like that. I think it wasn't until like the 2000s that she started going with a blonde look, but she is naturally a redhead.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember what she looked like when she had red curly hair.
Wait, she has red curly hair too?
Go Google the movie Far and Away and look at the photos, and you'll see she has red curly hair.
let me just look it up because I want to see it.
I'm
I
just
don't
gonna look it
even.
up.
I don't even remember how she looks. Yes.
Sadly, I'm that old apparently.
Oh,
'cause I do.
wow. Yeah.
No. I will
I
like.
remember seeing the advertisements for Far and Away coming out. It was about the land run and her and Tom Cruise before they got married, or just a little before or a little bit after they got married. Actually, they met. There was some race car movie. I forget what it's called. They met there and got married after that movie, and decided to do a movie together, and that was Far and Away.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not like your own. The thing is that most of the time I just skip a lot of movies back. Like I always say the same, and I just want your reaction because I have always the same reaction. I have never seen the Ferris Bueller Day Off. I never seen that movie.
What the fuck?
What? You gotta watch
Do you
it.
see? Do you
gotta
see that?
watch
That's
it.
the reaction I always get. It's like I never
Even
saw it.
Raquel, who hasn't watched a lot of movies, is like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Yeah, you gotta watch it, man.
I mean,
See,
a lot of
That's
most
one
of
of
the
the list
time.
of things. If you ever want to come to America, you have to watch things like that first.
That's the thing. A lot of people will tell me like Citizen Kane is the best movie I've ever seen. And to me, it was shit.
They say that because they're supposed to say that.
To me, it was boring as hell, and it was like I never. This guy never grew up. Let's be honest. He was just a little brat kid, just grown up. So yeah, meh.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Meow,
Are you gonna
meow.
come and get surprised because I didn't see Ferris Bueller's Day
Oh,
Off?
there's other
Yeah, it was
food
a
I
good
didn't
movie.
have. I haven't have for a long time. Applejack cereal.
Bruh.
Oh, that's really good.
I haven't had that in.
I wouldn't. It's covered in poison now.
I didn't have that cereal since I was a
It's like
kid.
glyphosate or whatever the fuck that crap is.
I mean, let's kind of be honest. Nowadays, nothing tastes the same as the old days.
weird shit to it.
No.
Yeah. I mean, even here in Argentina, we used to have something called the franchitas, which is the Lays for you. You know, the potato chips called Lays. Once they changed the name, they changed the entire structure of the taste and everything. And it was never the same. Because I don't know where did they get the original ones here that came to Argentina, but it's not the same. And there's the biggest problem that back in the day they actually had a lot of the bag completely like filled to the top, and they decided to actually add a lot of air. So yeah.
Hey, Maura, do you remember years ago McDonald's had for their shakes they were like small, medium, and large. But back then, I would say around maybe like at the time when I was like middle school or high school, they had like an extra large cup size for the shakes. It didn't matter where you go, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's. But all that changed at some point because it was deemed not healthy. I remember though, but I remember we were like, small, medium, large, and extra large, and they got rid of the extra large because it wasn't deemed healthy. You know what I mean?
I have no idea what you mean because we never. That's the funniest part in Argentina. We never got milkshakes at all. And I think Mora just left.
I think she
Oh,
did.
do you see this kind of things happens here a lot? If there was like a second, I could have shown you in camera, but it wasn't the camera on. But yeah, do you remember the Charlie Roger I have in my back?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just moved by itself, and it made the entire thing like there's some boxes there that made everything fall off.
Let's see if I could find a picture of it.
This happened a lot here. I don't know why. Hi, Daniel. What do you have to tell about it? What's going on with your life?
Nothing much. Just chilling, trying to get through the day.
Have you tried TMNT Shredder's Revenge?
I heard about it. I saw people live streaming that game.
Yeah,
Played
yesterday, last night, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I completed it already.
Did you stream it?
No, that's the thing. I will never stream the things of games because that's the thing that I have. I like to play my games without any kind of spoilers, and sometimes I stream it because I can do it. But the first time that I play without anyone watching or anything, because a lot of people like get. If I love a game, I will play it until I finish it, and I got killed like 50 or 60 times in one place because I put it on the hardest difficulty at the beginning, and then I had that problem. I had to spend like 1 hour in one level only.
Yeah, I gotta get that game. And is it on physical copy?
Yeah, there are physical copy for Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. No, PC, no, sorry. The consoles, yes.
Oh, I gotta get that. I heard it came out like yesterday or the day before. And,
yeah, yesterday.
My favorite YouTubers were streaming it, and it looked really good. Like the old fashioned,
Yeah,
game in the arcades.
like right now, if I wanted to, I can get the game off of my PS4 if I want. If I
I
want
mean,
to.
it's if you like the old TMNT's arcade games, it's the same. It's great. The music is great. The gameplay is great. The story it's kind of like but
Well-
it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So it's not much to say.
Here's the issue, though. If you would live stream that game, I'm somewhat pretty sure that YouTube is going to have problems for the
The
music
music?
and yeah.
No, nobody had any problem,
Well, for
and I see it.
now, at least.
I seen Spotify re-release it, and it's like if you're playing the game, if you put a little bit less in the music and a lot more on the sound, that's it. You can change that because you can manage your own audio as it comes out in the game. So
Mm.
I did. I see a lot of people did that. So they put it like in 30 in the volume of the music and in 100 and everything else, and it's like you barely hear it, but it's enough for you to hear it and to play it. So
Yeah, I've always wanted to play those games. I never did. I saw them at the arcade, and there was like, I just wanted to play them, but I never did. So I got to get this new one.
I mean, I played it all as they were being released, same as the Sega
Yeah.
games, and
Do you think they're all in the same continuity as like the '87 TV show?
technically no, because if you see the continuity of the SNES games, sorry, it has the original. The first one is actually something about the original game of the comics. The second one, yes. The third one, yes. The fourth one on the Super Nintendo is the same as the Sega, so it's kind of a different story, but it has the same characters and everything. But no, it's like this is a kind of a reboot eventually, because if you think about it, there's all the different characters from the original 80s and 90s cartoon, but it actually mishmashed them all into one story, a big giant story. So it's great because it has a little bit of new characters, give or take, but it has all the original classic ones.
Yeah,
And I love to see Irma in this game because I was like, are they gonna put Irma or not? Are they gonna put a burn or not? I was like, because they were like iconic characters in the cartoons, and I didn't know if they were gonna like put it or not. Even if there's little cameos, it's nice to actually see them. I still don't remember. I'm not joking about this. I don't remember the frogs. I can't remember those ones. I know they were part of the cartoon, but I can't remember them. The Rush Frogs. I can't remember the name of those characters.
Yeah, because I think it's like in the same continuity as the animated show in '87. It looks like it though.
It's the same. Punk Frogs. There we go. No, it's another. They will have a crossover. It's a.
Hello,
they're villains.
Slasher.
Hey,
Sure.
hello.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Hi, Slasher.
Hey, chilling.
Chilling?
Yep. Talking about old school Ninja Turtles games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, April
That's
O'Neil's a
Is that why you come in here?
His
Because you
Spidey
heard that?
senses went off. He goes, somebody is talking about vintage toys. I must find them.
Hey,
No,
Laura, I'll be
the
right back. Can you hold
Ninja
on
Turtle
before?
game, the old school Ninja Turtle games, the NES one, original one, the one that's
Yeah.
a pain in the ass.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
It's let's be honest, it's unplayable, that game.
No, it is. It's playable. It's very playable. It's just it's hard as hell.
That's what I mean. It's unplayable
thing-
to actually.
The thing that sucks about that game is the level is really, really hard to get through. And then when you get to the boss you could beat in like 3 hits.
Hmm.
Like
Which one? The first one or the second or the third one?
very first one, the very first NES Ninja Turtles. You know
I
the
see
one
the-
I'm talking about, the one with the underwater where you have to disarm the bombs underwater.
No, I haven't played it completely. That one. I just the only
yeah,
one that actually
that's the
came
one
here
I'm
to
talking
Argentina. It only came the third one. The other two never came here. I'm not joking. They saw like it was a kind of like a movement back in the day to only find the one that is actually started at the beach. That's it. The other ones is like since the arcades never came here, they never like sell it. And let me explain to you. We never had the NES here. We only have the Family, which is a copy of the Famicom. So most of the games they were
Oh,
like.
it wasn't even called Famicom. It was called Family.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's what I mean. And the funniest part is like they actually released only the third Ninja Turtles as a copy and everything because it
Okay.
was a. But the second and the first one never came here. I just played it like I think like 2 or 3 years ago, and as I was seeing it, I was like, oh, this is the same as the arcade but harder than a cell. So I just decided to play the arcade game because it's called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game. It's NES.
Well, the arcade game is the original
Mhm.
arcade game. That was, come on, that like set the standard because you had 4 players.
Yeah. You have 4 players, and it actually plays like a beat 'em up and everything.
Although Gauntlet was before that.
I don't remember Gauntlets.
Gauntlet was, probably about 5 or 6 years before the Ninja Turtles game in the arcades. There was home ports for it.
Oh, I'm just seeing it right now. No, I had never seen this game. I thought that you were talking about the Gauntlet game of the Nintendo 64, not the arcade game.
I think that arcade game was the first 4-player one. I could be wrong though.
I have no idea. This looks the same as the Wonder Boy original game, something like that, but in different settings. Weird. I had never seen this game, honest. Oh, it looks like okay. It's kind of like no, nothing like that. It looks like
It's a top down. It's a top
yeah,
down.
it's a top down. Yes.
Yeah, you go from
It,
dungeon.
it
to
looks like a sidekick, the football game sidekick, something
you go
like
to
that.
the dungeon.
Oh, this looks hard as hell.
Yeah, they swarm you in this game.
Yeah. Have you ever played the game, the New Zealand game? The New Zealand story, sorry.
I haven't played any new games.
No. It's an arcade game from the 1980s that looks like playing the Snow Bros. Have you ever played Snow Bros?
Snow Bros?
Mm.
No.
Well, something like that. It's kind of a weird game because you actually play like a little. Let me just show it to you because it's funny. The New Zealand story. It has become kind of like a. Yes, I can show it to you because I can show it in the private chat. There you have it. That's the game that I mean. It's kind of like you control a little bit of a
Hello,
bird that actually.
MSG.
You
Sorry,
control a little
Dolphin.
bird. No problem. You control a little bird that actually like throws magic or arrows, stupid things. It's kind of weird, but it's a good game. A lot of people actually like say this is classic. Hi MSG, Maurice's Pan Gaming.
Yeah. D came over from
New
Courtney's
Zealand-
live stream.
New Zealand story. I never saw this.
No, I never saw it. I just saw it like 3 months ago because my brother just gave. Have you ever seen this game? I was like, no, what is it? And he showed it to me. I was like, oh, this is nice. I'm gonna play it.
What year is this again? Let me see. 88. Oh,
Yeah, it's all a scale, but it's a great game. And it's
See,
hard as hell.
I also spent a lot of time hanging out in fucking arcades when I was a kid, so I never even heard of this one.
Looks like a really complicated video game.
Yeah, it's
The
Oh
seal.
no! Oh, I thought you did because I saw she was like, well, a couple hours ago I thought I saw her that she was on. Thank
Oh,
you.
This looks like
Glad
it could
you're
have.
here.
This looks like they could have made it into a Nintendo game. Why didn't they?
don't
perhaps because it's hard as hell, and I'm not joking. It's like you lose a life, and it's like a coin directly, like a quarter.
Have you ever heard of this game called Toki?
Mm-mm.
Yes, I played Toki. It was called Juju
I
here.
love that game. I love that game.
It's a classic, that one. But yeah, this is hard as hell. I tried it, and it's like you see those
was
four
a-
lives that you have on the down there. Yes, everything kills you. One hit and you're done in this game.
There was
Yeah.
there was a really good NES port of Toki too.
I have only played like the Sega version and the arcade
Yeah,
version. I
there
never
was
played
a
this.
Genesis version too.
Oh, I need to try it.
But the
I
NES
mean,
is a good one. That's a good version.
I've been playing like I had never knew that Joe and Mac actually had a second and third game. I was like, oh, I only know the arcade game.
I
And someone
never,
said, "Oh, no,
I never got to play those games.
Oh, these are classics.
Yeah, they
I
look,
just
they look like fun.
But yeah, I mean, I played games all my life, and it's funny to just find out, like years and years ago, somebody decided to release a lot of different games from other places, and you're like, how can you never have heard about this one? And you're like, God damn it, I heard about so many games, but some they're lost in the middle of a void because of so many other games that were released. For example, this New Zealand story, I have never heard about it, and it's RSL. And a friend of my brother actually has the original arcade machine. I'm not joking. He has it.
Ooh.
He has the original machine with the cartridge and everything. Inside the. He's a collector of games, and he said like, "Do you know?" He was like, "Do you know what is my biggest prize here?" He said like, "Oh, I don't know." He has Castlevania for the NES. He has the original Sonic 2 for the Sega Genesis. He has, and I'm not joking about this. He has the original, and I'm not joking. The original Super Mario, the first one, on the box, everything. And he said like, "No, no, no, this one." And he shows us this one, the New Zealand story. And my brain goes like, "What the hell is this game? What the fuck?" And he said like, "No, no, no. This is a collector's edition that was released back in 1988, and nobody has it. I only have it." And he said like, "Well, how much did you pay for it?" Because it was like, "How much can you pay for this?" Yes, this collector edition that he has, because it's a cartridge for the original arcade that you can put it and take it out from the arcade. He said like, give or take, 10 grand. I was like, "Oh, you for real?" Yeah, he said to me like, "Yeah." He bought it for like 2 grand, and then he bought it back in the 90s, and he kept it for years and years and years and years. And then like 2 years ago, he decided to watch for like, how much do I have here? And he saw like 10 grand for this game only. It's a collector's edition. I'm not joking. It's impossible to find. And I was like,
Dragon
oh.
Quest. I would say my favorite Dragon Quest video game is The Journey of the Cursed King.
I love Heavenly Bride.
Oh yes, I love that game. I don't have it anymore, but if I could get my hands on it, I would definitely like play it again.
Why do you play it on a Nintendo DS?
I don't have the Nintendo DS. I mean, I could get one if I wanted to, but again, I don't have that. I'm forgetting what.
Yeah, it's so sad. All the good stuff go out.
Oh, it's on a PlayStation 2.
Yeah, the 7. Yes.
Yeah, I
It's
think
the 7, right?
I was forgetting which PS2 it was one. I thought it was the first one. Okay, it was the PS2. Yeah, I have the PS2.
The PS2 was my last favorite system.
I just don't
has
have
so many
the
good
video.
games.
You love the Dragon Quest 8, right? You said Dragon Quest: The Journey of the Cursed King, right?
Yeah, but I don't have the video game anymore.
It's actually for the 3DS too. You can buy the 3DS and buy it there. It's even better.
I'm not really familiar with the 3DS. I'm more familiar with the PS2 than anything else.
It's the exact same game. The only thing that it changes is the fact that it's portable. That's it. They didn't change anything except the music. But the music, you can choose between original or arranged. So
I mean, I have the PS2 console. I just don't have the game.
it's a classic. I still remember this was one of the first games that I found out that in an RPG you can go fight the boss with level 25 and get completely owned. I was like, oh, you can fight the boss? Let's just try it. And I got like, oh.
There's like new Dragon Quest video games
Yeah,
already out
one.
that I really like to play.
The 11th one is actually awesome, but I'm still waiting because I have it on my my Xbox as a Game Pass kind of exclusive, but I want to play it on my Nintendo Switch, so I'm gonna wait until they actually like go into a sale or something like that, because still too pricey for the game it is. But yeah, it's a great game. And have you ever played Chrono Trigger? Right? Yes? No? Raquel? Chrono Trigger, sorry.
Ultima, anyone?
Ultima is great, but
Or Tressa or for Sega?
I have never heard of Tressa. Let me just look
I
it up.
played the Ultima on the NES. I think that's the only Ultima I ever played. But Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair was one of those arcade games that was done with cartoon graphics that you had to. It was kind of like you had to move in the motion where the light blinks. It was old school. It was like fucking early 80s or mid 80s.
I cannot find that game that said Tressa. Which is Tressa? Perhaps was Dragon Lair the hard arcade game? Yes, it was more of a kind of movie
Yeah, it was
interactive kind of movie. Yes,
it was a
movie kind of interactive
cartoon.
game.
It was a
Yeah.
cartoon more than anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the same as the arcade game is great. The
And there was
NES
another
game
one.
is shit.
Oh, the NES one was terrible. Yeah.
It's terrible,
But there was
honestly.
another arcade game like that. That was it was Don.
Yes,
Don Bluth is the one.
Ace. I think it was called Ace or
Space Ace.
Space Ace. There we go. It's great too, but it's hard as hell. It was an indie RPG. No, I had never seen of that game. Honest to God, I play Soleil, which is a copy of Zelda from the Sega, which is a great game. But it's kind of weird, but it's a great game. If you like Zelda and you like Link to the Past, I really recommend it.
I'm
Soleil.
currently playing Elder Scrolls Online, and I'm liking the game so far.
Yeah, for an MMORPG kind of experience, it's great. Especially if you play with someone. If you play by yourself, it's boring as hell.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out my gaming channel where I play games, here's the link.
Can I ask something? Because I know you love Dragon Ball, but I have to ask this. How do you like Dragon Ball Xenoverse? Because I hated that game.
Actually, I just started playing it with Mega Jetty. I'm still at the beginning stages of it, so I can't really give my opinion of the game right now since I'm only started playing it.
Yeah, you're so cool. You can create any race you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
you can choose you can choose the look of your character.
The thing is that if you don't use a Saiyajin, it's Saiyan. Sorry, Saiyajin is the original Japanese name. If you don't use a Saiyan, you don't get to transform. So I was like, I made a character as a human, and I don't like not being able to transform. So I had to create another character because I wanted my character to transform. It was I like the power level that way.
You used to play ESO, MSG.
I like Gundam game on PS2. Gundam or Gundam? I only know Gundam. Yeah, it's Gundam. Yeah, it has nice games, but I had never played it at all because I used to play Son of the Enders back in that time. It was hard, Son of the Enders.
I haven't played any Gundam games on the PlayStation.
Are you going to be on tomorrow?
I'm not really sure if I am, Daniel.
Yeah, because I gotta go to bed now.
I'm most likely gonna either. I'm probably later on today video game live stream.
Okay, cool. But I gotta go to bed now, so I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, Daniel.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raquel, I'm gonna head out. I just want to talk and say hi.
All right. Thanks for coming, Slasher.
I see you almost at 4 hours and 4.5 hours.
Huh?
What?
Yeah.
I can't really. That sound really mumbled. I can't understand.
Sorry, I saw you're at 4.5 hours almost.
Oh, this
Yeah. If you want to end it, there's no problem.
Yeah, it's like what time is it? Almost 3:00 in the morning.
I'm gonna grab something to eat, probably sit on the couch and watch something on TV.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty hungry, so I'm gonna give myself to eat as well.
Have a good night.
All right, have a good night, Slasher.
Good night,
Thanks
Slasher.
for coming.
Hugs. Oh, damn it, man.
In a week I haven't gamed in a week or so because I got a new balanced knife and working chores. Yeah, work before fun. Sucks. I played Zone of the Enders also.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'm
played.
not really familiar with the prior Elder Scroll games. I just,
This is not Elder Scrolls.
recently.
Ender's Game. Ender's
No, no, no.
Game.
This Son of the Enders is a Hideo Kojima game, the creator of Metal Gear Solid, that is actually about mecha bots and everything. Well, mecha. How is it called?
Okay,
Mecha robot.
my bad.
Sorry.
My bad.
No, no, no. There's two games actually. It's kind of weird, but it's a great game. Uh, and Fallout 76, I played for like 2 months, and I completely, I'm like done. I don't care anymore.
Have
Yeah.
you played the Elden Ring game?
I bought it. I played for 25 or 30 hours, and I was like, no, this is not a game for me. That's a lot of people will tell to me like, yeah, if you don't, sorry, you were asking me or MSG? Sorry.
Both of you will be fine.
Okay. And I try my best. It's like I want to try it until I finish it, but then I realized that since it doesn't have any kind of, a lot of people tell me like, yes, it has a story. I'm like, it has lore, not story. I don't have a purpose to actually do this, and I don't like a game that it doesn't have a purpose. It's like I'm just going from boss to boss, and I don't care. It's like playing an online game. I only play an online game if it has some kind of end game, like getting the best kind of protection, everything. But if it has a nice story, I will play it even more. But Elden Rings and all the Dark Souls games also have a big story. Like you're only playing because you want to kill monsters and get better equipment, and eventually get to the ending. And the ending is the only part that it has a story. Elden Rings, no, I don't like that. Yeah, that's the thing also, because another thing, I defeated like 10 bosses and they never dropped me anything at all. And I'm like, I'm done. This game doesn't like to give me anything. And they told me like, there's an RNG that is like random number generated. There's a possibility to some boss giving you something, and they never gave me anything. So I was like, I'm done. I don't care anymore. But yeah,
I might check it out
it's like
sometime later.
if you want to play this game, you actually have to, and I'm not joking about this. A friend of mine actually told me the same, because it's like Monster Hunter. You have to be a masochist, because you're gonna die a lot until you understand the game, and you actually have to read a lot, and you actually have to study a lot until you understand perfectly the game, because the builds are really important in this game. And now I don't like to actually like look for guides or anything when I'm playing a game. I like to play it, and then after I finish it, if I want to complete it, sure. But if I'm playing it for the first time, I don't like guides. So most of the time, I create magicians, and when they don't give you any kind of thing to actually work with a magician at the beginning, you're like, I'm done. I cannot kill anything at all. So. And he told me like, no, you have to build, you have to do this and that, and I'm like, you're already giving me pointers. I don't want pointers. I want to play the game. A lot of games has that, so especially if you're playing an online game, and you're gonna see it as you're playing eso. Nope, I'm 52. I just want to play a game of virtual. That's another thing too, because for example, I bought at the same time 2 games that week. I bought Tales of Arise and Elden Ring. Tales of Arise, I spent 156 hours to finish it, and another 50 to complete it. I have no problem spending that much time in a game. Then I tried to play Elden Ring. I went for 30 hours, and I said, I'm wasting my time in this game, and it's only 30 hours.
Well, let's see. I played Elder Scrolls with Boosh a couple days ago, and I played for 6 hours straight. That was a little bit too much for me.
I gotta tell you.
I have a problem. 4 hours is probably tops for me, at least, but 6 was a little bit much.
I'm just gonna tell you this because my girlfriend actually hated me. The ex-girlfriend, sorry, hated me because of this. Because did you play Is about there for?
Raquel, did you play the Dark Soul game? It's about there for hard. No, I have not played the Dark Souls game.
Elden Ring is from the same kind of franchise. My hand is down, getting all sucks.
My MSG, my hand eye is down. Getting old sucks. I was an ace at asteroids. You know, When I'm starting to get tired, that's when my vision gets foggy, and I'm like, okay, I my vision is getting foggy. Time to call the quits.
Okay, this is the thing I was gonna say. My ex-girlfriend one day actually, for my birthday, decided to give me the entire DLC for the Spider-Man of the PS4, and I have been waiting for like 2 weeks since I finished that game to play that DLC.
Mm-hmm.
And the day after she gave it to me, she said like we actually had to go for a holiday weekend to a place that we actually rented. So I said like to her, I'm probably gonna be a little bit late, and she said to me, "Why?" Because I'm gonna finish the DLC and then I'm gonna go to your house. And I spent 22 hours,
Uh-oh.
completely long, to finish that game entirely with DLCs and 100% complete. So up to
You
this
came
day,
out
she
single, didn't you?
no. Up to this day, she still remembers that it was 5 a.m. in the middle of the night, because that day I wasn't going to her house, and she gifted to me by around, yes, around 3 or 4 a.m. Around that the day before. And I was like, here you have it. And I just sent her a picture of me completing the DLC. And she said to me, you spent 22 hours completely alone playing that game? I was like, yes. Did you finish it? Yes. Are we gonna still go to the? Are we still gonna go to? Yes, I'm gonna sleep in the in the middle of the road because it's a 4 hours kind of. We actually bought the tickets to a bus, and it was only 4 hours. I was like, I'm gonna sleep there. And she said to me, "Oh, okay." So then we spent the entire weekend in that holiday, and I was just remember the game, but it was 22 hours all day. Like I only
Wow.
spent like going to the bathroom and eating and everything, but it was only that day was specific for that. And I said to her, like, you spend what I you spend your gift in one day. I was like, it was great. I have no. It's like if I wanted to play a game and I really want it, and I know there's gonna have a problem like that, I'm gonna probably say to you like, don't, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. When my brother wanted to play it too, so the moment they actually like release it, I took the game and I never like I until I finish it, I never stopped playing. That's it. If I really like the game, I want to do that. Since I'm not doing anything at all, I wasn't working anything. I was like that. And right now, I should be. I just checked this on. There's nothing going on. So yeah.
All right. I'm gonna end things here. We're almost going for 5 hours. I'm gonna get
No,
something to eat because I'm
go
hungry.
some, go eat something.
Yeah, but before we go, please check out my friend Lethal Lightning on his gaming channel,
Oh,
Hyper Lethal, and he's currently playing Apex Legends Season 13. So if you guys don't mind following him on there, I greatly appreciate it. And thanks for everyone that came by tonight.
Thanks to
Uh,
all.
I probably will see you guys later on my video game channel later today, if not on Sunday. And with that, have a good night, all, and I'll
Yeah.
catch you later. Night.
good night, everyone.
Mwah.